Hello, everybody. Everybody. That didn't come out right. Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Hello, Deej. How's it going? How is everyone this Friday? Friday. Yes, Friday. I think it's Friday. I don't know. I never know what day of the week it is anymore. So, I just kind of go with the flow and hope I get it right. But hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? And welcome to a kind of special midday stream. Lately I've been streaming later at night, but today I kind of just felt like play this and playing early in the day, so that's why we're live now. Like I said, if you guys haven't been joining me the last few streams are here and there whenever, there's no set times. Good chances I'll be live later at night, but there will be streams during the day just because, I'm not doing anything. I felt like streaming and, why not? I also really want to check out the Animal Crossing updates, so that was another reason. I usually pass out. I understand because that is getting late, I know, and I don't necessarily like streaming at night to the fact where most of the people who follow me are used to me streaming during the day. When I first started out on Twitch, way back, or I should say way back, a couple years ago, I streamed late at night. Got a following from that time, switched to the midday, got a following from that time. Now I'm kind of back at nighttime, and I feel bad. I feel bad that I'm like constantly always changing what time of the day I'll be streaming. But that's why from now on I think I'm just gonna stream kind of whenever. That way I can stream during the day and you guys can catch it. I can stream late at night and those people can catch it, or whatever. So we're just gonna keep with the schedule. It's doing me good anyways, so. But today, I wanted to check out the new Animal Crossing update. One other thing is, I don't necessarily like to change the time on my Switch to reflect like a different day or a different time in Animal Crossing. So it's daytime and I kind of want to explore the new update during the day. I've only ever switched the time on my Switch once, and that was for the Halloween event. Because I really wanted to collect all the Halloween stuff that was between like 5 p.m. and midnight, and I couldn't get on in that time frame because I was recording stuff for YouTube, and I was playing with my brother as well, and I didn't want to be like, hey, yo, I don't want to play with you, I want to go play Animal Crossing, when I actually really didn't want to play with them. So that was the only time I switched it, just so I could go back and play the Halloween event. Other than that, I never switch the time in my Animal Crossing. I never play different days. I play it true to the time, the date and everything, if I can. Hacker, I know. I understand why people do it. Like, I totally understand. But I also feel like it's cheating. But I mean, whatever floats your boat. I'm not judging. I just, to me, it feels like I'm cheating. And it's like, I want to play like the game is supposed to be played. It's a little annoying at times, yes. Like, oh, crap, I can't do anything here because the day's over or whatever. But, I'm cool with it. I like playing it true to the time. I would understand switching your time also if you can't play at certain times of the day. Like, when the game first came out, people were like, but I work all day and I can't play. I'm always playing at night and I miss the shops open. So I understand it in that case, but, if you want to do it that way, go ahead. It's fine by me. I'm not saying it's the wrong way. I'm just saying it's just not my way. As long as you don't ruin someone else's experience is what it is. Exactly. Exactly. That's why it's like, I saw people who had, maybe you could have gotten this item earlier, I don't know. But, one day I was not switching, what do they call that? Dream hopping or whatever, when you go to sleep and you visit a dream island. Whatever they call that. I saw people with items that were from, like, the Halloween event. And I don't know if you could have got those any other time. But I was going to these islands like, oh my god, how do you get that item? That's really cool. And I figured out that I ended up getting it during the Halloween event. I was like, oh man, did they like time hop and go all the way to Halloween and then get the item? And then they had it, and it's like, oh man, I enjoyed trying to find it the day of, everything. You miss your Switch? I really do love my Switch. I don't play a lot on it, as you can see by my screen here. I only have 3 games. But it's my 3, I play the Super Nintendo ones every once in a while. I love Mario Kart. Animal Crossing is kind of my game, so. But this is the first time I'm streaming Animal Crossing since April. I looked back on my VODs page, and it's been since April that I have played Animal Crossing on stream. And fair warning, my island looks no different than April, honestly. I've switched a few things around. It's still a pile of nothing. And honestly, there's no progress. I mean, I'm sorry. To anyone watching thinking I've done something interesting, it's absolutely a mess of an island. Because I have the idea is still half the island is going to be cutesy, kind of Japanese style, you know, that kind of feel, and then the other side's going to be creepy, and I still got that going, but nothing has been done, because every time I try and do something, I end up switching, or changing my mind, and then I have to rethink the entire thing, so it literally looks identical almost to back in April, and that's one reason I didn't even get the DLC. They have the new, what is it called, like Happy Home Paradise or whatever, and it's all about like designing, I guess not other islands, but I can't remember the exact term they use, but it's designing. And I was like, I'm not gonna pay $25 to design something else when my freaking island isn't even designed yet. I've had this game a year almost, and I haven't even done one thing barely on my island. I had quite a few, but gifted it to my ex. Oh, come on. No, I'm just kidding. Maddie, stop. Sorry, my cat's clawing at something. Actually, or the other cats could be at the door and she's being bothered, but I don't know, we'll see. Anyway. But yeah, my island's a mess. So, this stream is not about me making my island look good. It's not about me even doing anything interesting on the island. I'm literally gonna check out what the updates were, because it's supposed to be some fun updates. And then we'll do some stuff around the island, because I honestly have been playing a lot more recently. Because I will admit, from about probably April till maybe September-ish, maybe even later, I didn't even play this game. Like, I didn't even open the game for a few months. So, that's why I'm a little far behind as it is. But I have a brand new room I need to update. The island's a mess, and today, like I said, we'll check out the updates, and then we'll play around and see what I've got going on, and see if we can come up with anything. And that'll be today's stream. And if I get bored, I don't think I will. We're gonna play for till at least 6 p.m. my time. It's 2 p.m. now. If I end up getting bored, we'll switch to a different game, but we'll see. But that's on tap for today. I don't really have anything else to say other than if you are not a part of my Ko-fi page, Ko-fi, I don't know how to say it. Oh, I don't have it as a thingamajigger. Let me do something real quick. If you guys are not a part of my Ko-fi, whatever, page, I never know what to call it. There's the link to it if you are a member of the highest tier, which is the pumpkin-shaped door tier. A brand new YouTube video went up yesterday, but it's only available at the moment for people who have subscribed to my highest tier over there. It's a thank you for supporting me, and a thank you for doing the highest tier, because you guys don't have to. You never ever have to subscribe here or there. You know, just being here is enough. But if you do want to help and support, that is an extra perk. You'll get to see YouTube videos before they're released on my page for the public. At the moment, I don't have a set time. It'll be a few days. I'll leave it up hidden only for that tier for a few days. So if you want to check it out. But it's a thank you. You can see videos on there early, and there'll be other exclusives. That's just one of the perks at the moment, and that went up yesterday. Videos that are cut down from Twitch, I probably won't put its exclusives on there because you guys already saw it on Twitch. It's just me cutting it down. That video that went up yesterday is actually one I recorded off stream, so that will be the kind of exclusives. I won't put up cut down Twitch ones as exclusives because, like I said, you guys have seen me play it on Twitch. It's just me cutting it down to make it more interesting for YouTube. So that went up yesterday if you guys want to check that out. And if you want to subscribe to the page, you can. Cheapest tier is cheaper than a Twitch subscription if you want to do that. And it literally will get a few exclusives, but the cheaper tier will be more of like if you don't want to sub to Twitch and you would rather do it through there. That's what that's for. And then as you get higher in the tiers, you get more exclusives. Right now there's not much on there because I'm very uncreative and I don't know what to put on there yet. So yeah, that's that. But I think let's get into the game. I don't think I have anything else to say. other than hello, how's everybody doing? Oh, I hope you guys like my outfit. It's my Animal Crossing outfit. Free on Booth. Can't remember the creator's name because I'm really horrible at that, and I downloaded so much crap the other day that I don't remember who's who. But if you go on to Booth and probably type in something like Vroy Bear Hoodie, you might be able to find it and the creator and download it for yourself if you're a VTuber. Hair was done by me, but with the update, the new Vroid update was actually kind of nice. It was very confusing at first, but the Vroid update has some great preset hairs. So this hair is all me. It's a little longer than my actual hair, but hair color is also a texture that was downloaded off Booth for free. So similar to my hair color, but a little bit brighter. Oh, what a cute bear emote. Yep, I got my bear hoodie on just for Animal Crossing. Just for it. I'll change my outfit from day to day, so that is all I have to say about that. Alright, let me go mute this music. And then we will get to playing Animal Crossing. Actually, while I do that, let me get this going. I hope my controller doesn't die. I didn't realize I had it sitting on my desk for 3 days. Because, I mean, I'm just that unobservant, I guess you would say, but yeah, I had my controller sitting on my desk for a few days and I didn't have it plugged into my, Switch. I was gonna say Xbox. Switch, so hopefully it doesn't die on us. If it ends up dying, we're gonna switch games because I don't have it at the controller for backup.
It's showtime.
Oh my gosh! Jeez. Magic, hello! I don't know why that scared me. Thank you, Magic, so much for the host. How are you doing today? How's your Friday treating ya? How is everything going? Oh, also, since the update, or not the update, excuse me, ever since we played this last, we have a few new villagers. Is that okay volume for you guys? Looks like it. I guess just turned out for me, not you guys. That's probably why that scared me so bad. It was just really loud and accidentally hit my earphone volume. Alright, so like I said, I can't remember back from April what you guys have seen, what you guys have not seen, so let's just get to it. Hamfrey's not new. He's been here for a while. Freaking, I went island hopping trying to find a better character for when Diva left, if you guys remember Diva. But Diva left because she wasn't really my favorite and she wasn't fitting the aesthetic of the island, so she said, I want to leave, and I was like, sure, good, whatever. So I went island hopping looking for somebody and never found anyone. And then a freaking another hippo or whatever you want to call it, rhinoceros, I guess, moved in and I don't like her. So that's honestly the new thing going on. Never played this, to be honest. It's a very cutesy game, so you know, if you're not into that, I understand. It's not everyone's cup of tea. I love it, but there are times of the I wouldn't say the day, but times like I gave it up for like 3-4 months. It's definitely a game that gets tiring after a while, especially when you run out of creativity. I don't like the name of my island either, but when I started it, I had no idea what I was going to call it. I didn't even know what I was going to do. I was just like, I've got Animal Crossing. Cool! I don't like the name of it, but whatever. Today's announcements. First, I have an ordinance update. I'm happy to announce that special rules called ordinances can now be enacted here on Skelly. They are a great way to help improve the everyday life of all of our residents. There are quite a lot of responsibilities, however, and anyone enacting one should understand everyone's needs. That's why our residents rep, moi, will be in charge of them on Skelly. How exciting! If you're listening, I can't wait to see what you'll change. I'll have to look into them. I have no idea. My island is a mess. I have no idea what I'm doing with anything, so if anyone has any questions about them, please come and see. Yes. Moving on! I'd like to tell everyone about our new kind of tour available. Starting today, residents can go on a boat tour to uninhabited islands. These tours are a little different than the ones they offer at the airport. You'll get to board a boat and enjoy the ocean breeze as you make your way to your destination. There's a lot of uninhabited islands out there that can only be reached by boat. Rumor has it there are plenty of DIY materials, oh nice, on these islands and even strange things buried in the ground. That'll be nice. That'll be nice because I need lots of stuff, pretty much. Sounds mysterious, doesn't it? These boat tours are available once a day using miles. Oh, only once a day. Well, I guess that makes sense. But anyways, interested residents should head down to the island pier and speak to the boat captain. That's all for now. I hope you all enjoy the loveliest of lovely days. Thanks, Isabel! Did you restart your island? I honestly thought about it, but my island is pretty much bare to the bones already, so... Yeah, I decided I'm not going to restart it because it's just bare as it is. Oh, what do I got in my mail? We're happy to announce that all fees for relocating or changing the exterior of your home have been reduced. Visit the construction consultant counter and resident service for more details. I literally, like, I don't know when it was, like, a couple weeks ago, I changed the exterior of my home. Should have just waited. Mom, what's mom want? Something about seeing a pile of colorful leaves everywhere. It puts me in the mood to bake. Piles. Pies, cakes, muffins, biscuits. I can fight this. I won't. Alright, mom gave me a gift. Thanks, Bob. Harvey. How's island life been treating you? Groovy? Me too. There's little something I want to tell you about it, though. I'll be waiting here on Harv's Island, so we gotta visit Harv. I'll leave that there so I don't forget. Guess what, Scarlett? I saw you in my dreams last night. It was crazy. So tell me, were you there on purpose? I thought maybe you have something important to tell me, like why you were a huge dancing beetle. Don't tell people what I do. Like, not when they, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys, or show you guys a little bit of the few things I did on my island, but nothing too extreme. Hello, Brad. How's it going?
What's up, Mr. Ducky?
Oh, you're not late.
No. Shoving your butt in people's faces. That's real nice. Are we singing Mr. Ducky's song again? For all of you who don't know, Mr. Ducky has a song. Because Mr. Ducky, you're the one making...
What?
Oh, I wanted to see more of that.
You're touching my burrito. That's weird.
Oh my god, those clips are great. Thank you so much, Brad, for giving Magic a shout out, and thank you, Magic, for giving Brad a shout out.
Oh my god!
I'm stuck. Is it doubling? I haven't figured out how to fix that when I'm on capture card. So that's why. I realize when it's capture card, it doubles, and I don't know how to fix it. Because I'm not technical kind of person. So that's why. Maybe when I do use capture card, I'll turn off the clips because I don't know how to fix it from doubling. We were coming home and a car hit us in the back. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, Brad. I was gonna say, are you okay? Is everyone okay? I hope it was just like one of those little taps in the back and not like a whole full-blown... Because I've been rear-ended. Not me while driving, but I've been in a car. But I hope everyone's okay. So, I played a lot in October because I wanted all this stuff, because you guys know I'm a pumpkin fanatic. But, so the few things I did while you guys weren't watching, because I played offline a lot, was I finished my trees over here. Oh, by the way. They're not done. And this probably isn't the final look of them, but if you guys know anything about me, you'll get the whole aesthetic of what these meant. But apparently they're not done because obviously there's not lights in front of the other 3 trees. They'll come soon if I ever get anything I want to put there, but right now we've only got a pumpkin and an egg, because that's all I've ever found that I want to put there, because I'm putting little lights in front of them. That'd be fun. Ooh, yeah, I just broke a toe. We were good. The other lady didn't even have insurance. We have full coverage, so we're good. Right. I mean, I've been there. Or, not me. My mom was hit once. Someone who didn't have insurance, so. But she had insurance, so it was like, it's whatever. But, I mean, still. But I'm so sorry you broke your toe. That sucks. I mean, that's better than being more majorly hurt, but that still sucks you broke your toe, because, man, toes are sensitive. But I'm glad that it wasn't anything way worse. This is all that has been done on the island. I was expecting Pro Gamer. No, actually, there is one more thing. But literally that's about it. That was about it. I told you guys my island is a mess. That's why I named the stream Please Excuse the Mess, because nothing has been done. She showed us the car, it was totaled. Oh, snap. Honestly, me and my mom were talking about that the other day. One of her friends got into a wreck. Unfortunately, though, for her, it was a hit and run. I don't know anything other than that, but her car was totaled too, and we were talking the other day. It's like, honestly, insurance companies these days, they'll freaking just total your car no matter what. Like, I have not heard, even like the minor accidents I've heard lately, they total the car. And I don't know like the extent of the damage in your guys's here, but seriously, like, they'll just total car. It's like cheaper for them. They're like, ah, whatever, just total it, it's fine. It's like, no, it's not, it's my car. But I think, honestly, insurance companies just do that nowadays. Because her car, the one for my mom's friend, didn't look that bad. I mean, it was pretty banged up, but I think it could have been fixed. But, you know. Your mom showed us the car is what I meant. Oh! You mean that accident? Oh, okay. Yeah, that accident was way worse than... If you're talking about the one down by San Jose that we had, yeah. That one was definitely a total one. But, pretty much any time I've been in an accident, other than this one time someone backed into just my car door. My mom was driving and I was in the passenger seat and we were in a parking lot and some guy just literally backed out of his parking spot and into my door. They didn't total that because that was just like a door, not scratch, and it wasn't a dent, but it was a good gouge. But they fixed that. But 9 chances out of 10, if it's like any kind of major damage, it's like, pff, no, sorry. Totaled. We don't want to pay for the fixes. They called my car like 10 years ago and it's still out on the road. Yeah, my, we don't have the car anymore, but, my uncle, like, way back when, I'm talking like when my uncle was a kid, had, or maybe it was a kid, but I don't know, I've heard this story, had a car accident, and the insurance company's like, yeah, we're gonna total it, and my uncle's like, the hell you are, and then he made them fix it, because it was a classic car, or, it wasn't a classic car, it was a muscle car at the time, but it was classic now. But we don't have that car anymore. Oh, excuse me? You in my house? Oh, hell no. Did I say you could come in? I mean, I like Marshall and all, but yo. I didn't say come on in. Alright, cool. I literally was going to show everybody my house. And then you walked in. Thanks, Marshall. Make yourself at home? Sure, cool. My bro was just bent from being rear-ended. Yeah, they'll total that these days, I swear. Most of the accidents, like, in my family, they've been, like, front-end damage, but, like, most of the time they just total it. I should probably hit the road. Oh, good! Okay! I didn't even ask you to come in! No, stay. No, I'm not really in the mood to entertain, so see you later! I had a lot of fun today, thanks for the memories. I had so much fun walking across your living room floor. Okay. Bye, Marshall. Thanks for coming. I was talking to chat, but thanks. I had the choice. Oh, wait. I missed one. Yeah, you could bump a car. Oh, pop an airbag, and it's still an instant total. Yeah, I've heard that. If the airbags pop, they instantly total it. And I don't get why that's a thing, but whatever. I had the choice of 4K to keep the car or 4.7 to total it. So yeah, keep the car and took the money. Exactly. That's easy. That was an easy choice. Yes, Hornsby is still around and he's still doing weird things and smoking something weird and passing out in waterfalls. He's still doing that. So, now that Marshall's gone, this is my home. I don't know if I did a lot of updates since you guys last seen it. This is my, okay, so each room has its own theme. This is my Japanese-inspired room. It's not very Japanese-y, but it's enough for now, because I'm literally playing the game to, you know, collect what I can collect and everything like that. So, this is just stuff I've collected over the way. This is my turtle. I don't have a name for him. This is my turtle, this is my fish. So that's that. I don't think I changed this room. This room has pretty much stayed the same. Hi, Mom! Exactly, that's what I was saying. It's just cheaper and easier. Insurance companies, they don't do crap anymore. Like in any kind of insurance, it's just like it's easier to just scrap it and pay it out. Oh, did you? Did you get that, Magic? Yeah, this room is the same. So this is my creepy room. Honestly, nothing's changed in there, so sorry, that was a waste of my time. No, I don't think I've seen him. Never mind, I was gonna say something. Graham was bad. I mean, I'll agree. Hornsby, I don't like though. Yeah, Hornsby is one of those ones who stands outside your house and it, like I can't believe that wasn't Hornsby walking into my house there. Honestly, this is my bathroom. Honestly, it doesn't look any different probably either. So each room in my house has a different kind of theme. So bedroom is like creepy. Bathroom is kind of like cabin woodsy feel. Living room so far is kind of like your Japanese feel. The bedroom will be moving upstairs. I'm not going to show you guys up there because literally there's nothing up there. I got the room and I haven't updated it. And then my kitchen is really crap too because I haven't found anything good or made anything. My kitchen is like retro. Very ugly because there's no... there's nothing on the walls or nothing like matches. I have a pink mixer, a blue fridge, yellow toadstools for counters, and a red microwave, so yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say Hornsby. Graham, he was creepy. Hornsby, at least his house is decent, and he doesn't have anything weird like that, but he sends weird messages and does weird things. You're late because you forgot how to sign in? That sounds like me. Honestly. Oh, no, you have another one you hate? I honestly hate... well, I don't hate Hornsby, but I don't want him. We'll just put it that way. He's creepy, but, I mean, he's whatever. I mean, I try just to avoid him. I don't like Coach. I think he's weird. Or he's not weird, but I just don't like him. He just... I don't want him on my island. And then, the new one I got... When I was trying to find somebody else, I got, Renee. And she's just a pink Hornsby. I mean, she's got a different aesthetic and all that, but she's just a pink Hornsby and I don't want her. She doesn't fit my island. Or nothing. Mushrooms. So, yeah. Peanut, though, here. I love Peanut. What do I have to do today? Earn chocolate. Okay, cool. But Peanut here. She's Stan. I love Peanut. I was like, way to the spot, but then I started to get boring. Then I found you, and it's Fab again. Alright. I'm Fab, I know. Alright, let's go see what some new stuff is. Yeah, please excuse, I have a frickin' 100 million flowers on my island, and I'm just too lazy to uproot them all. One thing I did change, you guys will notice here, I put my museum up here. It is also going to be, it's centered in the island, if you guys can see my map, which is good, okay. It's centered on the map, so it's also the center point of the island. So I'm going to put trees across here, bamboo across here, and then that's just gonna be the whole cutesy Japanese style island, and the other side is creepy. So as you can see down there, I did something, but that was an idea, and then I ended up putting the museum up there, and that idea got scrapped. So that's going somewhere else eventually. Listen, I don't want to say that wallpaper is horrible, but I think I'm sick. Which wallpaper? My kitchen? Or my living room? Oh, Ava has to say too. Freaking love Ava. She's cute. I'll probably have more cutesy animals than creepy because it's just my luck in finding them. Oh, yes! Also, my island is full of flowers because I'm trying to breed flowers at the moment. So, there's flowers freaking everywhere because I'm trying to breed them. I'll talk to Ava for the day. That's fine! You don't have to get up and talk to me. I'm cool. So, yeah, that's literally my island. I told you guys I've done nothing. I'll show you what I was doing over here. I was trying to make like a Japanese restaurant, as you can see, like the difference of fishes. But I ended up changing my mind and putting the museum up there, and now I need to move it. So literally, I've been kind of waiting for the update. Because I didn't know what was coming, I didn't know what, you know, and all that stuff, so I didn't want to start making all these designs and totally changing my mind yet again. The kitchen, yeah, I made it like that because it has like this retro feel to it. Like that's like that weird wallpaper from back in the day. And I kind of like it for that aesthetic. Alright, before I get to checking out what... Hello, Sheldon. You bringing it? Yeah, sure, whatever. Another awesome day for Shane, you should show me. I like Sheldon. He doesn't really fit my island, but I like him. He was one of my... He's the OG. Alright, before we check out... Ooh. Before we... Oh, I forgot to open my present. Before we check out the updates, I'm gonna, go around and collect the things for the day on the island and get some money. Mom's playful kitchen mat. Tag. My inventory is so freaking full. I need to plant these trees, but I don't know where to plant them. And I don't want to sell them or cut them down because I do need them. And I'm not sure how many I'm going to need, and I don't want to spend them. I'm cheap. I'll admit it, I'm cheap. I don't want to spend the money or island hop for more trees. So literally, I'm just sucking it up and keeping them in my inventory. While reading my diary the other day, I came across this recipe. I never cease to amaze myself. Great things with the recipe. If you follow it to a T, but give it a try. Okay, golden candlestick. Woohoo! I learned the golden candlestick. Cuckoo. Oh, I have more pumpkins too, because I was growing yellow ones. Alright, let's go around collecting the stuff for the day. A lost item. Okay. Someone lost the... Someone lost this. Could you not tell me a little bit about it? Fine. Ask someone about it. Oh, yeah. So, anyway, is she home? Yeah. So, Renee moved in. If you guys don't know who Renee is, I'll show you. For those of you who know who she is. Sorry, but this is who Renee is. Oh, she's doing a DIY. Good, I can bother her then. Like, I love her aesthetic in here because I like the retro feel, but oh my god, she's a pink Hornsby. I don't like her. What are you doing? Give me your DIY. Check it out, I'm making a street piano. Add steer size 6 measure grease, so blah, 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 blah. You want to give it a whirl? Sure! I don't think I know it, apparently. Here's the recipe, go study up. But yeah, I was so disappointed. I spent not a lot of Nook miles because I was kind of busy doing other things. But Diva left, and I was like, okay, you know, Diva doesn't fit my island. She's really not my favorite. Whatever. She can leave because she asked. And I island hopped to try and find somebody that kind of fit my island. I was looking kind of for more of the spoopy characters and also more of the Japanese style ones. Never found them. Didn't even find one that was kind of what I was looking for. And then she moves in. Like, I like her house. It's freaking cute on the outside. But no! She doesn't fit my island and I don't want her here. Did you have her? She, like I said, she's not bad. I mean, like, she's cute and all, but she doesn't fit my island. I don't like Naomi. She needs to go. The only people who are staying for sure on my island are Peanut. Probably Sheldon, because he is cute. I really like Marshall. And Bella has to stay because she's adorable. She's my favorite. Her and Peanut are my favorite. And Hamfrey has to stay because he's kind of creepy in a way. Just his character looks creepy-ish. Plus, the inside of his house has a Japanese style, and I think it's cute. But Hornsby, Naomi, Coach, and Renee need to go. I don't want them, and I don't like them. So let's. Ah, yes! Money up. Hey. I've got a big debt to pay too, as well, so. Oh, I should have asked Naomi if this was her book. Can you give me this tree branch? Thank you. Alright, let's get rid of this tree. I've got freaking a million trees, so we don't need this. Hornsby has to say no! Hornsby needs to go. You gotta go. I like the hippo character. I mean, Hornsby's cute looking, but no. He's gotta go. Let's go ask Naomi if this is hers. She'll give me Naomi. Like, I've got 2 hippos, or I guess she's a hippo, and 2 rhinos. Or no, I've got like all the same. I don't know what coach is, so I can't remember. But I've got Naomi, who I think is like a hippo or something. And I've got 2 that are like Hornsby. And Sheldon and Marshall are similar, but it's not that the character themselves, like, I don't mind if they're like a rhino. It's I don't like their character in general. They don't fit my island. I don't really like them that much, and I'd rather have other items or other villagers. This doesn't belong to me. Judging by the design, I'd say it looks more like Peanuts. Oh man, Peanuts like way up on the top of the mountain. All right. Inventory's full already because I'm such a hoarder and don't want to drop my trees. I wish you could store. Ooh, I can't pick that up. I wish I could store trees though, because I don't want to plant them and I don't want to have to. Dig them up again because I'm lazy. So that's me. No, Naomi and Hornsby cannot stay. Oh, coach, there he is. I don't like him. Always thinking, oh, maybe. Oh, let's go ask him. Let's see if he doesn't want to stay. Because I could get rid of him easily. You want to go? My almond muscle soreness just melted away when you walked up. I owe you one. You're welcome. I don't like his 5 o'clock shadow. Oh, Bella's sleeping! Alright, anyway, we gotta go see Peanut. But I don't like him. I think he's weird. Wait, Peanut's over here. Plus, he doesn't fit anything on my island. You need to be at least kind of cute or kind of creepy in a good way. Not creepy in the way of you're just creepy. Did you drop this? I totes thought I'd never see my autograph book again. It's so wild that you found it. It was literally just sitting there. Oh yeah? Ooh, what is it? How cool is this? It's an unfinished puzzle? It's fine. That's fine. It's not something I necessarily want, but it's fine. Alright, as always in every game I play, I have inventory issues, but it's because I'm hoarding trees, but you know what? It is what it is. If this was my island, we would have to find a mod to get all the dodos. True. Is there a panda in this game? I don't know if I've ever seen one, but then again, I don't watch a lot of people play Animal Crossing. Where'd I get this fish? Did I already have that? But, yeah. I don't remember his name, but he's the dog that's wrapped in the mummy. The mummy outfit. Him? I want him so bad. I forget his name, though. Alright. Let's clean up the island. like how many flowers I have? These I'm breeding. Another blue one came up, so whoop-de-doo. Coach, get away from me. Oh my gosh, though. I saw some of the cutest things on my Twitter of people who had the update already and everything that I need. I'm just hoping, I don't know how you find it or anything, I just saw them update. But yeah. Chester? Oh, I know Chester. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. He is like a panda. Ah. Don't put the put the rock down. Need to go get my fossils and all. No, I don't want. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at clicking the wrong thing. I want this stupid tree branch. Thank you. I'll be back for that rock because I'm kind of OCD. I can't have things lying around on my island. Oh, I can't pick up that either. Fine. Fine. I'll go get these assessed and all that. Yeah. My inventory's full. What the hell? My inventory's full. But like I said, I don't want to drop these trees. I want to keep these trees in my inventory because I want to plant them. I just don't know where I want to plant them yet. And like I said, I know I can go get more trees, and I have a lot on my island, but I know when I chop these trees down that I'm going to be like, crap, I could use those trees that were in my inventory. And I've kind of been leaving them there for stream because I know where I kind of want to put them. Uh-oh. Oh, that's right. He has something to tell us. I can't do voices, so don't expect them. Hoot hoot! Oh dear, I didn't see you there. Well, I've got a bright outfit on. How did you not see me? Pardon me, I'm afraid I was quite lost in thought just now. You see, there is a matter which... Oh-ho. Actually, your timing is impeccable as ever. Perhaps you could help me. See, I was thinking of ways to draw more folks to our museum when I hit upon the idea of adding a cafe. So, I tried to contact Brewster, an old friend of mine who also happens to be an experienced cafe manager. Unfortunately, it seems he's closed up shop and nobody appears to know where he's gone. However, in my search, I also caught wind of a newly unearthed group of... I never knew how to say this word. Gyroids? 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 One of those three words. So, Brewster goes positively cuckoo over them, you see, in much of the same way as I do around fossils. Your OCD is the only reason my house is clean? Exactly, yeah. Yep. Because I have such bad OCD. Like, the other day, I was planning on streaming... Here's a funny story about my OCD. I was planning on streaming Tuesday night, I think it was. Like, I woke up Tuesday, I was like, I'll stream tonight, you know, and everything. Because we need to finish Until Dawn. And I will probably finish that here soon. I just wanted to play this today. But anyways, I was going to play, do it on Tuesday. And I was going to stream at night. I literally spent all Tuesday, like, rearranging my mom's kitchen. Why? I don't know. I just felt like it. Like, we had some stuff on our counter that needed a new home, I guess. So I was like, I ended up spending, like, my entire Tuesday literally just rearranging the kitchen. Because I'm weird like that. I have to do things like that. And so then by the time, you know, I was done all day and then I ate dinner and all that, I was like, I'm kind of tired. I don't wanna. But I cannot keep things the same. If you guys have ever noticed on my streams, it's the same way. Like, something on stream will change. I'll either add something new, I'll change something, because I can't keep things the same for so long. I have to change them, because it starts to irritate me when things are the same for too long, when in, like, the instance of, like, the kitchen. I didn't do much. Like, I literally moved some things around and then rearranged, but not anything, like, super, like, I didn't move, like, the refrigerator to the other side of the room or anything. The cafe's cute. What I've seen of just small pictures on Twitter, they look adorable. I can't wait to see it. But yep, I rearranged our kitchen. Not, like I said, not to the extent of moving big things around. I just kind of, we had some things on our counter that needed moved. But that's why I didn't stream on Tuesday. And then I was going to stream on Wednesday But I don't remember why I didn't. I'm trying to not go to bed as late, but if I stream late at night, that's gonna be the thing. So I'm trying to kind of figure out a good balance. That's kind of why. I'd wager my very wings that Brewster has heard about these, whatever, how we say them, as well. Naturally, you can see where this is going. I would like you to take up the search for Brewster. I'll send a photograph of Brewster to you in your mail shortly. Should you find him, tell him I'd like him to come see Skelly. If it helps. I mentioned earlier, or found on the island near where Captain leads his tours. I'm sorry to burden you with this, but I hope you know you have my very confidence, and gratitude. Good luck! Thanks! Great! I thought I could just come to you and you'd be like, hey, we're opening a cafe, cool. Thanks. Didn't know I had to actually go and do something. I wasn't reading that. What? I decided to have a series of posters made to celebrate the completion of our collection. I felt it would be a good way to show my gratitude to everyone for pitching in to growing this world-class museum. Pardon! But I don't believe anybody has donated anything to my island, meaning like my villagers. I believe I am the one who's done it. Blathers. I believe if you go into my museum, that's all going to say done by moi, not by Peanut or anybody else. And I pronounce it gyroid. Is that how you pronounce it? I wasn't sure. I always said gyroid because it looks like gyro from the food. So I always pronounce it like that, but I wasn't positive what the exact term was. I'm really bad with words anyways. Like half the time I say things the wrong way because I'll say them how I want to say them, not how they're supposedly pronounced. But yeah. Just imagine it, an entire wing of this magnificent museum captured in a single image. Actually, you won't need to imagine it. I have a poster for you right here. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have enough pocket. Because I'm here to get the stupid... I'm here to get my fossils assessed so I can go sell them. In that case, I suppose the poster will have to suffice. Do keep an eye on your mailbox. Also, these posters will be available for purchase. Should that interest you, just let me know. Is that all, Blathers? Might there be something else? Yes, I'm here. I need my fossils assessed. Because my inventory's full. More than one I see. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, my museum has them all. Thank you. Could you please just give me them back? Thank you. You pronounce it taco. Taco. I pronounce it taco. I pronounce a lot of things taco. Jolly good. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, thanks, Blathers. Alright, I'll be back, apparently. Okay, we got a lot to do today. Apparently, I have to find Brewster, which is fine. And I don't know what that poster thing is all about. I don't really know what they look like. But I have to do my daily stuff. I gotta go clean up the island and see what's for sale in the museum. Or from the museum, in the shop. Now I want a taco. I had a taco the other day. Or we had tacos the other day, I guess. Oh, I want! Not the panda. I already have the panda. I want that thing up there. I have lots of money, so... I want to sell everything in my inventory. Even these. Not these. All that. $11,000. Sure, why not? Okay, I have the panda. Get out of my way. I want this! Yes, I'm serious. 140? I mean, my V2 character doesn't show it, but I'm in shock right now. 140,000 bells for this? Oh, I've only got 74. Alright, I'll be back. I'll raise the money. Ooh, you get off work early! Nice! Oh, I loved when that happened. I always loved getting off work early. That was, especially on Friday? Definitely. What did I do? Ah. I've been saving up my Nook miles too, because I heard you needed a lot of Nook miles for the new stuff coming out. Oh! I like that. That one's not that great. Okay, cool. Alright, apparently we're raising money. I'm pretty sure I have that, so that's cool. I need that though. Oh, 140 though. Anything in here that... What's a duster do? That's new. Is there any new recipes in here? What did that say? Pitfall seed recipe? What's that? Basic. Oh, that's right, the cooking. That's right. Okay, I'm not gonna buy that right yet because I kind of want to explore and see what new things. I'm sure that's gonna be there all the time. Is there anything in here I need for my island? For my house? No, most of that I either have. I have to go for a COVID test. Do you have to go because you have symptoms, or you have to go because it's just required? Or do you have to go because of some other reason, like they need proof of a COVID test to get in somewhere or something like that? I hope it's one of those and not because you have symptoms. So has anyone had the booster shot yet, by the way? Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Alright. How about the hole up? Well, good thing we're not far. Does anyone remember me making that waterfall? Good news, we've placed a tape deck in front of resident service so you can enjoy group stretching. Oh, I heard about that! Yeah, I heard about that. That's why that's there. Oh, that's right! That's right, I remember you saying that. I forgot. Sorry, my memory sucks. I remember hearing you say that you had a sleep test coming up. Well, good. I'm glad it's not because you have symptoms and all that. I'm glad it is for something other than that. But I know you've been stressing about your sleep test, so I hope, if I don't get to say it before Sunday, I hope everything goes well with that. And I hope that you don't stress too much. So now we've got Island Life 101, Be a Chef DIY recipes, Pro decorating license, custom fencing in a flash. That would be nice. Menu. That one's kind of nice. Donation box. What's a donation box? Like, can I put it out in my villagers? Ooh, I like that. My villagers give me donations so that I can run my island better. Oh, I like the crosswalking side. Oh, the flower bed. Oh my god. Ooh, oh my god, there's so many good stuff in here. Oh, these would be so... those would be, doesn't really fit the Japanese style, but that would fit the cutesy side of my island, but I don't know if that's really the aesthetic I'm going with. Ooh, I want that. Oh, I want that. Oh, I want that. Oh my gosh, I want it all. Oh, I want that. Definitely want that. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh my god, there's so much! Wow, they have a whole bunch of... Is this like... Are these special, or are these like gonna be here all the time? Because I don't want to buy them right now because I don't know what I would do with them. Snorkel. I don't buy the Nook stuff. Alright! Okay, well there's some cute new things in there. Definitely some things I need to get, for sure. My anxiety is running high. I could understand why, because I think if that was me, I would stay away. I have anxiety anyway, so I mean, I get anxious over like the littlest of things sometimes. So I could definitely see that giving me anxiety as well. So I understand. But I hope it does go all. If I if I don't get to see you or talk to you before Sunday, I hope it goes well. I mean, I hope you're okay, like with your anxiety and everything, and I hope everything goes well. Glitter! Oh my god, that's adorable. I'm trying to save my money right now, though. Oh, I like that. I'll have to come back. Because, I need that kitchen thing. I need that. I have money in my, bank account. I have 626,000 bells, but I also owe Tom Nook $1 million, so my rule for me, so that I don't get too far behind, once it's in the bank, no, don't touch it. You can't touch it because I want to get done with my house. I've got one more, I got the basement to get, and then I have to pay him off first. So yeah. Oh, pardon me, hiccup. Oh man, I woke up this morning with the hiccups. It was the worst. Yeah, I came here to craft. What did I end up breaking? My shovel. But yeah, I wanna, like, because I'm just lazy and I haven't really played this game that much within the last few months, I haven't got the rest of my house even completed yet, and I want to kind of get that done before I really do too much to the island. I mean, I really want to get to design the island, but I also want to finish my house. But the other day, CJ was at the island with fish. I literally fished all day long because I needed money, and I literally made 500,000 bells just from fishing and selling them to him. Alright, let's finish getting the stuff for the island so that... Yes? I hate how they call me Somersault. I didn't realize back when the game was new to me that everybody would call me that. He's like, do you mind if I call you this? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, get out of my face. I'm doing something. And then... now everybody calls me that! When you get so much chocolate on Valentine's Day that you can't even eat it all, so give resignation a try and watch the sympathy roll in. Okay, cool. Cool, I'm stuck with my 100 million trees on my island. Alright. Oh, yes, orange ones! Alright. This is my, what do you call it? These are my flowers that I've breeded. So they're staying there because I'm going to use them eventually. I'm just not ready for them yet. Oh, Gulliver's here. We'll deal with him later. I got stuff to do. Money to make. I want that stove. Rooster to find. New things to see. We got a busy day ahead of us in Animal Crossing. Can you guys hear it okay and everything? Like the sound's okay? I didn't mess with it. I think I have it on the same sound that I recorded with the other days, so... Alright, let's go up here. Grab, excuse me. Grab this. Woohoo! I took up a fossil! Do I need to go up there? Yes, I do. Fudge! I hate how my controller does that. I don't know if that's just me or what. I haven't done anything up here yet either. Are you guys so impressed with my island of how I've done absolutely nothing since pretty much April? Like I said, I literally just started playing again probably like a couple weeks ago. I started playing like the week before they announced the big update. And that's why I had that little section over there kind of done. And then they announced the update and I was like, oh man! I'm like, I can't do anything to my island because I don't know what's coming. And I want to make sure that I have like nothing. Like, a lot of people restarted their islands. I didn't restart my island, I just left it a mess. Alright, let's say hi to Bella. I'm taking a fab break. That's short for fantastic awesome break. Cool. I talk to my favorites and then I leave the ones I don't like alone. The only reason I asked Naomi about that is because she was closest. Let's go see what Humphrey's doing. See if he's doing a DIY that I can steal. Oh, Hornsby's here! Why? Why, Hornsby? Good to see you. Turns out Hornsby just stopped by too. Great. You wouldn't believe how much life's been changed since I got my round space heater. I kind of want that. I don't think I have one. Alright, we're not gonna talk to Hornsby. I like his house though. It's got a Japanese feel to it. That's why he's staying around. Don't wave to me, Hornsby. Howdy, Hornsby! No. No. I love Bella too. When she was one that just appeared on my island. I was really lucky. And her and Peanut both. Oh, that's why I'm talking to him later. They both, actually, nobody on my island. I think, no, Ava. I asked Ava to move in here. Everyone on my island just appeared because either I ran out of time or I just didn't care. Like, I ran out of time with Coach. He appeared. And then I ran out of time with Renee. She just appeared. Everybody else, I think I, either asked or, I didn't care at the time. Like, Marshall, I think, was one that I was just like, whatever, he can just come because, oh, now my pockets are full. Because I wasn't really looking for anybody yet. Do I have one of these? Drop it. I'm gonna complain the whole time because I'm an idiot. Yeah. I'm such an idiot. I know. I'll come back. What do I have in my pockets? I'm an idiot with a full backpack. Can you sell? Can I sell? Can you take? I don't want this. I need money! Nope. Oh, that's not a lot, but cool. It wasn't really anything big anyway. Alright, I'll be back. Oh, you know what? I gotta go look at the clothes. I got to go look at the clothes, because I got to know what's in there! I got to know if there's anything I want to wear. There's a money tree growing. I have money trees freaking all over the island. I think I don't know if I have one left, but I think I have one that's only 1,000 because I was dumb and accidentally planted 1,000. Oh, pink! Pink! Okay. I got some pink ones coming in. Cool. Black ones, though. That's what I need. Did I miss something anywhere? I don't think we've been over here. So let's go collect the stuff here. So, ooh, get out of my way. So we can sell. No, we were over here already. Never mind. Yeah, I talked to Naomi. Okay, I think we've got everything. We came down from over there. I gotta go see if I need to buy any. Oh, I need to dig up some. Oh, I'm gonna lose 10,000 because I want my money tree. Anxiety does suck. Anxiety is the worst. I didn't want to dig a hole. Okay, so we're gonna lose 10 because I want to bury 10,000. So eventually we'll have a lot there. I guess I don't have any other money trees at the moment. Okay, so I think I've dug up everything. If I missed something, we'll get it at another time. Let's go drop this stuff off, and then we will start doing the day's stuff of finding Brewster, oh, we gotta go talk to... I don't have to. I don't have to go talk to Gulliver, but I like some of the items he gives me, so. Blah 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 blah. Also, my collections are not finished. I've missed some during the months. I think I might have almost everything for this time frame. Just to the fact where I haven't found anything, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something out there. I try not to look it up either. Like, I try not to go online and see what there is available, because I like being surprised. But I'm not going to go through my museum, but I'm missing quite a few bugs. I'm sure it's a lot of bugs. Okay, never mind. But I'm sure there's been a lot I've missed during the months that I didn't play. A lot of fish I'm still missing. Same. I've only got, I think, like, what, 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more of these creatures, but I really don't know what I'm missing. And like I said, I don't look it up because I like to be surprised. I like to, like, when I go fishing, like, oh my god, I caught a whatever, you know? Okay, so I think we've done everything. Let's go sell this crap. And then let's go wake up Gulliver, see what he wants. And, oh, I gotta go look at the clothes. And then we'll see if we can find Brewster. That'll be our first task for the day, because I really want the cafe. And then eventually, I'm gonna work toward getting a lot of those items from the, from, what do you call that thing? Portal thing with the Nook Miles, whatever. I'll get those eventually. I hope they don't disappear. Because a lot of it I wanted, but I'm not sure what I want to do with it yet. Oh, I gotta go put that down. I have such OCD and all that. It's like, I have to be sure of what I'm doing, because there's been a lot of times so far in this game that 80,000, okay, that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then like 5 minutes later I change my mind, and then everything I've done has gone to waste. Kind of like this little island over here. It was gonna be a little restaurant, and then I totally changed my mind, and now it's just a bunch of crap sitting on my island. There's also my goldfish there. Where was Gulliver? Was he down here? You think my Animal Crossing character would be the dumbest character ever by how many times I run into trees? Alright, I've got a lot of pink, so that's good. Gulliver. It's gonna take forever to wake him up. I wish you would wake up faster. Blah 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 blah. Wake up! What is? Oh, there's that boat. I was like, what the heck is that in my screen? Good morning or evening, Vision Fuzzy. How are you? That's fine. Yes. Say, yep, it's me. Good thing my head. Good thing your head is so huge. I know, right? I'm glad I have a big head too. Not really. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sea monsters and all that. Yes. What do you want? Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, your communicator is broken. Wait, does he have it in his hand? Oh no, he has it in his hand. Alright, I have to find the communicator parts. Sure! Only because I want whatever you're gonna give me. Buy parts. Yep, yep. Cool. Yep. Good talk. Alright, let's see if we can find these. I don't know why when I'm actually looking for the little things in the sand, it feels like it takes forever. I've got one. I never really know too. Like, are they all over? Like, can I go on the opposite side of the beach or island and they'll be there? They are. Okay, well, I don't feel like digging right now. I want to go look at the clothes. You guys want to go clothes shopping? Oh, I have to go visit Harv too. Should we do that first? Let's see what the Able Sisters have. I need to move Able. Oops, sorry. I need to move Able Sisters. Because my OCD. I need to move the Able Sisters building back like literally an inch. It's not lined up with the other ones, so. What you got? What you got today, huh? Anything I have to absolutely have? That I don't already have? Oh, these are cute. Meh. I probably wouldn't wear them, though. I'm wearing my oval glasses. I don't need any socks, especially those. I've got all the colors of these shoes I want. As you can tell, I'm wearing some. I don't really want those. All right! You got nothing! All right! Yeah, nothing caught my eye, which is actually really good for me so that I can continue on my way and not have to spend any money. Stop it! No! No, I can't! Look, look at this. Look, I'll show you how much it annoys me. See, now here's Able Sisters. Okay? And there's Nook's Cranny. It needs to be back here. I've got this weird, like, section right here because it's not in the right spot. I don't know why when I originally placed it I was that dumb and didn't realize. But I think it was because my, if you guys remember, originally my museum was right here. So, I think it was lined up with that and that's why I didn't notice. No, not OMG. It's a problem. It's a problem, you know, because see here, when you take your path here and you walk straight across, it doesn't line up. It's not good. Oh, weed. Not good at all. So I gotta fix that eventually. It costs money to fix that, so I'm not in any hurry. But I need to fix that. I need some communicator parts. I need some communicator parts. Yeah, I gotta fix that eventually, but not right now. Not worth my time because I got other things I want to do. Like I said, you guys like my Mesavai Island? That literally has not changed. Other than probably more trees have appeared because I forget to cut them down after I get my money. Come on! 5 communicator parts! 5 communicator parts so we can go about our day and forget about this. I just want his item. Why is it when I'm looking I can't find him. Two. So has anyone bought the DLC to this? Who has Animal Crossing? I probably won't for a while. Like I said this at the beginning of the stream. It's like a decorating thing. I haven't even decorated my own home, my own island. So I probably won't get it for at least, for a while because I want to get my island done before I venture off to do anything else. I bet it's great though. It looks amazing. Gulliver, couldn't you have given me the one that I can just dive? That might be the pirate guy though. Maybe I should fish while I wait too. I have those. I have a piece of cat hair in my mouth. Got it. So how's everyone's Friday? while I run back and forth on this beach waiting for little things to pop up. I also wanted to do some designing with you guys today if I get the time. Oliver, you suck. Let's go. Oh, I hate when I do that. Let's go on the other side and see if they pop up. I think they pop up anywhere on the beaches. Never really paid attention. But we'll see. Wish we could see Batty. Honestly, you wouldn't be able to see her right now. Actually, you probably would be able to see her if my camera was on. If you guys remember my setup, she is literally right behind me on my pillow. Are you cheating? What? I don't cheat. How dare you? I don't cheat. How come we can't have it? I didn't say we couldn't. We can't at the moment because I don't have a villager open. Actually, isn't technically, yeah, the guys at the airport, they're dodos. They're always there. So technically, we do have one. Or two. You don't see the other one because he, like, takes you places. Oh no, where was that? I heard it. Was it right here? Oh, dang it. I thought I heard one. Fair enough. Aha! No, I missed! Aha! Yes! Was that my fifth one? Yes! Yes! But yeah, Maddie, if you guys can imagine, she's right behind me. That is the one thing I am sad about with not using a camera sometimes. And I will not, I've said this on previous streams if you guys haven't got to join me, I won't not ever use a camera again. I'll do it eventually, like for special things or when I just feel like it. This way with the VTuber, I can look like a complete mess and not have to worry about it. And I get to do cute things, like I get to dress up my VTuber character in my cute little outfit. And I'll have more outfits soon. Oops, sorry. But, I saw this one on Booth for free and I was like, ah, it's cute for Animal Crossing. Got him, here you go. I do want to hide from you, I do. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. Yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. It happened again. I fall off all the time. I swear this is like the third time in the last like 2 weeks. No, probably the fourth time in the last like 2 weeks I've had to do this. Oh, what'd I do? Cool! I've done it 10 times! Alright, let me go drop these mushrooms off at my house. Then I'm gonna just sell these 2 shells I have, and then we're gonna go visit Harv's Island, because I want to see what he has to say. Then we'll go do the other one. Oh, wait. I can't. I gotta fix that. I can't get anywhere from over there. I gotta raise money, because I need that thing. Honestly, I could do that off stream. Did it again. Girl, don't know what buttons to push. I could raise the money off stream and just constantly be fishing all day. I don't like to necessarily do that on stream for you guys because me sitting there fishing for 20 minutes is a little boring. Oh yeah, I forgot he was gonna message me. I forgot it. And celebration of the completion of our museum's collection, I hope you'll accept this commemorative framed fossil poster. These are now available for purchase, so let me know if you'd like more. I don't really think I want any, but okay. Please find enclosed our mint condition photograph of Brewster. If you seek the actual Brewster, I have it on good authority that he is on Captain's tour and search for those heroids or whatever. Use them, or that info wisely. Okay. I will do that next, but we're gonna go see Harv. Let me go drop this stuff off so that I have more room in my inventory. My inventory is freaking full too because I'm a hoarder. Put these in storage because I might need them. But yeah, my storage has got 565 items, and not necessarily are any of them I'm going to use. Like, I'll probably never use this baby chair, but you never know. I might actually want it one day. Where is... Oh, framed fossil photo. It's not anything extremely I would want. Wait, didn't he give me a photo of Brewster? Wouldn't that be a wall? Is it not a wall-mounted item? Oh, wait, no, that's a fish. Excuse me, that's a fish. I found 4 spooky garlands on the event. Photo. I just wanted to see what it looked like without putting... Oh, here he is. Oh my gosh, he's cute! I knew what he looked like, but the photo itself was cute, is what I'm saying. I knew what he looked like, but... Alright. Cool. Now we dropped off all that stuff. Let's go see what Harv has to say. What time is it? 3 o'clock? Okay. If you guys didn't join beginning stream, I'm probably going to stream till about 6, give or take. See what we're doing on the island. But that's probably about how long. And if I feel like it tonight, I might stream again tonight at 11. But we'll play until dawn. I just got to see what I feel like. I'm going to run over here and get ready. I have to pee, though, because I've drank all coffee today and not much food. So I'm gonna run over here to the museum and then I'm gonna put you guys on Be Right Back. But let me run over here first real quick. So, okay, yeah. It's okay to hide. I made Misty cry. Is it me too? What did you do? How did you make Misty cry? How did you do that? Yeah, I just like, did my hair go off the screen? No. I just like doing the VTuber because I like being able to like design her and create things for her. Like, I haven't done any of the outfits yet because I'm still getting used to VRoid, but my face I did, my hair, except for the textured hair, it's literally just a preset in VRoid, but I put it on me, so, and I like to, it's fun to design. I feel it's more fun to do, so. That's kind of why I do it. But like I said, there'll be certain times where I will do face cams. It just will be when I feel like it or a special occasion. Okay, I will get that clip when I get back. I really have to pee, so I will be back in just one moment. put the wrong screen up when I left. I had the game up. The chat game. Alright, let me watch this. Let me watch this. What did you do, Brad? Let me watch this clip.
Oh my god, Brad, no you didn't! No you didn't!
Oh my gosh.
Brad, I told you I had a hard day!
What poor Misty!
Why would you do that to me, Brad?
Oh, that.
Why would you do that to me, that poor baby?
Oh, it's so funny, but it's so sad.
Brad, no, you didn't.
Oh, that clip. Oh, poor Misty. Poor Miss Brad, how could you? How could you? The stress of her work and the dents is all added up. The pig I made, she broke. All she wanted was to feed her cows and have a horse. Oh, it was funny. It was a funny clip, though, you gotta admit. But oh, poor Misty. That was like a great. Did you draw that, Brad? By the way, because if you did, that was actually a really good drawing. Cause man, I can't even draw a stick figure and make it look halfway decent. Alright. Oh, my V-Roy character's freaking out because I was trying to put my hair up. Alright. That was a great clip though, but dang! Brad! But it was funny. That was kind of funny though. I was laughing my butt off. It's funny. Like I said, I mean, you understand she had a hard day and it was stressful, but it was funny. Do I still have the volume on? Yeah, I love the volume on. I want to visit. I want to fly. I mean, I want to go see Harv because I have no idea what he has to offer. Sure. Yeah, I'm all packed. I didn't check, but I think I've got everything. Alright, let's go! She's proud of it now. It's her most viewed clip. People love Misery. Right? My most viewed clip is, I think it's, the Arlo clip. Because that was so devastating, still devastating! But yeah, if that was me and that was happening to me, I wouldn't be ashamed of it at all. I wouldn't be even upset about it. Cause it's even though it maybe like you said, people love Misery, it's still a great clip just for the fact that it was entertaining. Like, yes, maybe she was upset, but I mean, you can't take everything so personal when it comes to like yourself, I guess how you say. Like, you can't be like, oh, that made me look horrible, I can't have that clip up there. Come on, it was funny. I mean, I guess maybe if it really upset you, you could, but I'm just like, you know what? It is what it is. People are gonna laugh at me for that. So be it. Oh, I wasn't reading that. I saw it say AWOL, but I wasn't paying attention. Except there's a new path over there. Land-based reckons, not my area, so it looks like it's up to you. Okay. Well, I wasn't paying attention because I keep forgetting that all this dialogue is new. Half the time I'm skipping over the dialogue because I don't really care. There's a new path over there, but is there anything up here? Nope. Okay. Let's go see! Can I pick this? Nope. So did you get the little note I sent you? Well, you must have since you're here. I'm so excited. Shush, I get mush mouth around time. I'm so excited to share this with you. This right here is going to be the heart of our new collective. I've really put my soul into this. Aw, but I've had plenty of help from all kinds of folks along the way. Like my old pal Harriet here. Oh, Harriet's adorable. We go way back. You can call her Hattie for short if you want. They most certainly cannot call me that, Harv. Only you can call me that, alright. Note, call her Harriet. Sorry, Sugar, I'm Harriet. It's nice to finally meet you. I've heard all about you from Harv here. I don't think I've visited Harv like once. I don't think I've ever visited him again. I love it because it showed like the real side because we're all humans, no streaming robots. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I said, like, you can't get mad at showing an emotion like that. People do because they think they look stupid because they're showing an emotion. But it's like, you know, come on. Maybe at the time it hurt, but you know, you gotta laugh it off. I do. I've always liked Harv. I've just never visited his island. I've never had a reason to. Well, there you have it. So where was I? Alright, my dream collective. Well, this is what I envision as the heart of the movement. A central plaza filled with co-ops. Now, here's the business part, where it gets kinda ugly. I hate even talking about bells. Please don't talk about bells! I owe Tom Nook over $1 million, and I'm still trying to get there. But a co-op can't build itself without a little cooperation. So I think the best idea is to have a little fundraiser. Every time we raise enough capital for a co-op, we get a new one going. Golly, did I just say capital? Well, I suppose that's my sales pitch. Sorry, I never was cut out for sales. Yeah, sales is hard. But I'd be mighty grateful if you were interested in helping us realize this dream. Even if it's only a little bit at a time, every little bit helps. I mean, I could say leave it to me, but I want to kind of say I'll see what I can do. Like I said, I owe a lot of bells to Tom Nook. I don't even have my basement done in my house. Plus, I need to raise a lot of money today because I really want that stove thing. I've never been to Harv's Island. I went there the first time it was like introduced, like where he comes to your island or whatever and says, "This is my island" or whatever. So I went. That was like the only time I've been there, and I was like, "What was?" There was no point to it. It was something like a photography thing, and I was like, I don't get it. I'll see what I can do. Oh, that's great. Out of this world! I knew I could count on you to help me. I actually got another old pal to volunteer as well. You know, my buddy. Oh, I know Lloyd. Yeah. Well, he was so kind as to reach out to some of his pals, also named Lloyd, and they'll be volunteering. So when you're ready, just go ahead and talk to any old Lloyd and which co-op he's collecting for. Feel free to explore the area, meditate, or snack on some vegan pumpkin. Pumpkin! Ganoche, or however you say that, is the mood strikes. If the mood strikes. Thanks again for helping us, and I'll see you around. Okay. Okay, cute. Can I take stuff? Like, can I take your weeds? No. Okay. So I'm assuming all these have different things to do. Hello, good friend. We're accepting donations to fund a legitimate art dealer, buddy. Our goal is 100,000 bells. Currently we have 0. We still need, yeah, not right now. I just want to see what y'all have. I got bigger and better things to do, but I shouldn't say bigger and better. I got more things to do. Hello, good friend. We're accepting a donation fund a botany expert with the greenest of thumbs. Ooh. Our goal is, I'm assuming they're all gonna be 100. What if I donate like 1 bell to each? I'll be back, don't worry. Just at this moment in time, I'm saving these for something else. We are accepting donations to fund a talented husband and wife furniture refurbishing team. Oh, that's what's their names? I forget their names. But yeah, I know who they are. I thought they were brother and sister though. But yeah, I know who they are. I mean, we used to know a Lloyd, but he never got a Harry to go with him. I'm still, yeah. But eventually we'll actually go back to that. And maybe I'll get I keep saying I'll get a Harry, and I never do. Oh, we had cows and stuff! I was so excited, and then I stopped playing. But don't worry, we'll go back to Portia soon. I gotta finish Until Dawn first. Old timer, wait. We're accepting donations to fund an old timer who'll give you access to your home storage. What? I mean, I get it, but like, why do I access my home storage wherever? That would be nice. I hate having to go to my house to access that. Hello, good friend. We're accepting donations to fund a merchant offering rugs and mysterious wallpaper. So wait a minute, is this gonna be all the characters that come to your island? Like I didn't see anything about bugs, but Fang, is his name Fang? And then I'm really bad with names. And the carpet lady, carpet visitor. I don't know if it was a lady. I can't remember. Well, this is cool. Is there another one? Ah. We're accepting donations to a mysterious, accurate fortune teller. Fortune telling? Yes. I don't know what that's gonna do, but yes. All right, maybe another time. Like I said, I'm trying to save these for something else at the moment. Snap! This update gave a lot to the game. I didn't realize. I think I heard something about Harv's Island, but I tried not to read too much about the updates because I wanted to kind of be more surprised when I updated my game. Did I talk to you? A dapper dealer of fine shoes and handbags. Oh, yeah, I know who that is, too. Because I recently actually bought, I think, a bag from him. But dang! How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 700,000 bells. So I got 1 million to give Tom Nook. I've got to do 100 today just for that one item. Yeah, lots to do. Lots to do. It's pronounced. Oh, that's right. It's pronounced Kino. I can never say it though. It's one of those ones that does not come out of my mouth. Kioki, right? Or it's Nyoki. Nyoki. Yeah, there we go. Got it. I always want to say Kinoki. And then I always want to say Ganosh because that's also a word. But my brain, like, I'm like a stupid person, so that never comes out right. Thank you, Magic. After you spelled it out, I totally remembered. How do you get out of this place? There we go. I remembered how you said it. Except for it wasn't coming out correct. Alright, let's go. We saw what Harv has to offer. It's Gnat. Exactly, it's Gnat. I'm ready to go home. Go for delivery. What are these? I'll just go home right now. Back to Orangetown? Yeah, I've got a freaking lot of oranges. It's a tough word. Yeah, it's a tough word. I will agree. I'm not good with spelling, or I'm good with spelling, like I can spell things, but pronunciation I've always been really bad at. Like anything, like half the time I'll say it how I want to say it because that's the way I'll remember the word, but it's half the time it's not the correct way to say it. I can't remember, there was something in The Sims for the longest time that I was pronouncing wrong. And not because I didn't know, but it's just like, that's how I wanted to say it. And then I think it was like during stream when someone's like, it's not how you say it. I was like, I know how you say it, I just don't want to. Alright, let's go check out Brewster's thing. And then we're gonna start trying to get money and all that good stuff because I got lots to do. Wait, did we? Yeah, we finished that. Alright, let's go check this out. Hello! Now what have we here? Yours be a face I've not seen before. Name's Captain. What's yours? Yep. Yar, that'd be nice. Fancy name that. Well, I came here to ferry folks on tours to various wee islands in exchange for miles. Might even take you where that, oh god, pirate talk, it's hard. Might even take ye where there be rare treasures. Me tours go to places ye can only reach with me boat. Oh, that was difficult. I'm charged with both, but we know this is, you all have to guess half of what I say because I can't spell. Hey, I'm used to it. like I said, I used to have one of my best friends back, she's fine now, but back like when we were little kids, was a really bad speller, and we were pen pals, and half the time I had to try and decipher what she said in her letters because she was really bad at spelling. So I know exactly how to decipher things from people because just over the years I've had to do it a lot. So you say it however you want. I only knew because we were talking about it earlier. Oh, you were talking about it earlier today. How do you say it again? Gnocchi. There we go. I always want to say Kinoki. Like I said, I've heard it. It was one of those words I've heard, and I don't say it enough, nor do I even have it. So, it's one of those ones that never comes out right. I can take ye almost any time. Let me know when ye ready to sail. You're ready to sail. Now! You ready to take a tour? Round trip fares cost only 1,000? Aye. Aye. I like that. I like that's only 1,000. But I got a lot of things to buy, the Nook Miles things too, so it's another thing we have to do. Oh my god, how adorable. Oh my god, this is so cute! I'm not gonna sing to it though, so you guys have to read it. Does this happen every time we sail on this? You don't get it? Oh, excuse me. That's what she said. You don't get it. Oh! Sing it? If I actually knew the tune, I probably would, but I've never seen this. If this happens every freaking time, then I'll probably be used to the song. Plus, I don't want to make your guys' ears bleed. Oh, I forgot Magic's on audio only. I'm sorry, song's over. See, audio, oh, I'm sorry, I should have sang it. This be your first boat tour, eh? Thing you gotta be mindful of for me tours be the same as for them fancy airplane tours. I'll spare you the long-winded explanation. I'll be here waiting for when you're needing tools or if you're wanting to set sail for home. Cool. Okay, you do that. And it's cheaper! I found Brewster! I found Brewster! I figured he'd be here, obviously, but... I found Brewster! Oh my god, he's so freaking cute. Mama Skelly needs to come in there and sing it next time then? Oh, if we could have a duet. We could double make your guys' ears bleed. I was gonna say something, I lost my train of thought. You're out here looking for those Gearoids. That's right, are you know a Brewster? It says it in the corner of my screen, but you know him? I wanna say that. Do I know a who? Goo, you're looking at him! Mind if I ask what you're after? You. Oh, I mean, sorry, Blather sent me? I see. I hear you. Good, I'm speaking. Tell him that for me. Oh, and also... a present! This is yours if you want it. It's a Gearoid fragment. Plant it in the ground, give it some water and some time. It will grow up strong the next day. Take root fast when you return them to the ground. Okay. Well then, be seeing ya! You're cute! Okay, be seeing ya. So does that mean he's coming? Are we getting a cafe? Are we getting a cafe? Is he coming? Is he coming? Is he coming? Okay, calm down. You know what? I'm tired of oranges. Can I have a different fruit? I think while I'm here, though, I will treat this like an island and start gathering stuff so I can get more money! So let's start grabbing all the fruits. Wasn't there something I could dig up? Ah. A note in a bottle. While taking a much-needed hot bath, my mind dreamed up the most fabulous idea for a DIY recipe. Now I find myself compelled to share this recipe with others. May it inspire you, blah 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 blah. Palm tree lamp? Oh, I already know the palm tree lamp. Well, that was sucked. Unless this is a giant clam, I don't want it. So, they said this is like only a once a day thing, right? I'll get the oranges later. Which is kind of cool. But what do you find on these islands, I wonder? I'll have to wait till tomorrow. Oh. Give me your nuts. Coffee at the cafe is expensive, is it? Oh, crap. I'm short on money. Ah, there's something up there. I'm short on money as it is. I got so much to buy now. Like I said, I gotta buy some of the things also that are in the store that are oh, excuse me, that are like the DIYs and stuff. I gotta plant those too. Or plants. I gotta buy. Ba ba da ba. All right, I'll get the oranges while I'm here. Go back home, sell all these for good money. I never ever actually get the weeds on islands unless I'm really desperate. Oh, you're right. Oh, I didn't want that, but cool. Are the acorns and pine cones still a thing, or did that go away on November 1st? Stuck! Fine, I'll go this way. Actually, am I supposed to go back and tell Blathers that? I'm assuming I'm supposed to. 200 bells a cup? What? I'm stuck over here. That's like $200 for a cup of coffee. I mean, alright, but come on now. I like these holly bushes, by the way. I think I bought some when Leaf was around, but I haven't planted them because I'm trying not to do too much to my island right yet because I'm not sure exactly where everything's going, especially when it comes to like trees and plants. Flowers I've just kind of let get out of control. How much space do I have? No more space. Okay. Because eventually, these aren't worth much, but I'll pick it up. Eventually, I lost my train of thought. That's cool. Oh, eventually I want the flowers, but eventually I'll go around and actually pick them all up. But the reason I'm not right now is just because they do have acorns still. Crap, I don't have any room for it though. No. You know what? I'll drop these stupid rocks because I don't need them. Oh, wait, no, I want to swap it. Sorry. It's like a Starbucks. Yeah! That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like a $200 Starbucks coffee. Oops. Right, I don't want these. Okay, well, my pockets are full, but it's not that big a deal because I don't necessarily need anything. Oh, more oranges on this island. Oh no, do I not have enough room for these oranges? Frick, what did I just pick up? Did I pick up a weed? Oh no! I have to leave behind an orange. That's fine. Alright, we explored. We found Brewster. I think we have to go talk to Blathers now, I'm assuming. And I have no more room in my inventory to do anything else. So, how the hell do you get out of here? Oh, here it is. I think we can go. You know what? I'm gonna go double check. I'm gonna go talk to him one more time and make sure he doesn't have anything else to say. Well then, be seeing ya. Okay. Be seeing ya! Okay, cool, thanks. I used my thing and there was a pad right there I could have jumped on. Cool. Alright, on our way. That was cool though, I like that. I like these little boat tours. I'm ready to go home. I have everything I can carry, and I've done everything, so. I do like that though. I like that that's cheaper than a Nook Mile. And I'm kind of anxious to see like tomorrow. Oh, more singing? I can't. I want to sing, but I can't. My like voice won't work. I can't eat cucumbers without me good mayo. What? Sorry. I can't do it. My anxiety's like, nope, don't sing. I didn't read that. That is super cute though. And I kind of do hope every time you go on his boat that he sings to us. But my anxiety wasn't gonna let me sing. This is a weird sea shanty. Thanks! Good talk, good, whatever. Good boat ride, thank you so much. Alright, let's go sell this stuff. I've been trying to sing it, but it just won't work. That's like I like was going to, like I had every intention of it, and then as soon as I tried, like my whole body was like, nope. Plus, like I said, I don't even know the word. Well, that doesn't mean anything, but I didn't really even know the tune, so. My whole body is like, palm tree lamp, I guess I'll sell that. Yes. Cool, I made 5,000 bells. Okay, so, I guess we have to go talk to Blathers now? Same in my head, I was trying to read and saying it, but the words didn't flow. Yeah, that's like, when I was reading the first line when I was going to sing it, I couldn't even get my, like, one, the anxiety, because I don't like singing out loud, but two, it's like, in my head it wasn't working, so I was like, I don't even know if I could even get it to come out of my mouth correctly. Plus, like I said, then my anxiety was like, But it was kind of like a weird tune to words kind of thing. Okay, Blathers, can I have my cafe? Oh dear, pardon me. Are you still searching for that certain coffee curating, excuse me, Columbidia? By which I mean Brewster? Yeah, I guess. Yep, I found him. Whoo, and allow me to add, hoot! Why, this is simply wonderful news. Do tell, what did he have to say? He said, I hear you, because I remember saying, yeah, because I'm speaking. Oh, that's simply marvelous news. What a relief. What a relief it is. That's Bruce. Oh, wait, that's Brewster. That Brewster is a punctual and precise fellow, so I expect he'll make his way here forthwith. I don't know why I was going to say fortnight. What? I suppose that means... Oh dear, I must make arrangements for his arrival straight away. Whoo! To that end, I'm afraid I'll need to close the museum to all visitors tomorrow for construction. If everything goes as planned, we shall reopen the day after next with cafe service in place. It is my sincerest hope that you will join us for a cup of joe on that date. So, Saturday? Right? No, tomorrow's Saturday. Today's Friday. So, Sunday. Sure, I could probably join you guys on Sunday. Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak to you. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, uh-huh. 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 Nope. Mm-mm. Never mind. My bad. Alright, so apparently the museum's closed tomorrow. And like I said, I'm not going to time hop, so we're not going to get to see it this stream. Maybe Sunday I'll stream this and we'll see what it looks like. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it because you probably guys have watched other streamers. But if you guys want to see my first reaction to it, I'm going to try and do it Sunday. Because I don't want to time hop. Because one, I want to get some things on the island for today. And two, I just enjoy not time hopping right now. Because I'm enjoying the game as is. Maybe if I ever finally finish my island and actually, is he thinking? I had to restart my island, then I'll do it then. I've been at a slump lately. I'm not getting the gains I want with my weight training cardio. I was thinking maybe I could stop by your place for some inspiration. That is the creepiest look on his face right now. But sure. This will be my first time at your place. I'm ready for the challenge of visiting a bud's home. Bring it. Let's get going, Somersault. Time's a-wasting. We have to go now? Oh. Alright, we're going home, guys. I actually like that they can visit now. I think that's kind of cute. Hello! Well, Hornsby's gonna walk in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping. Enjoy your stay. Okay, Sheldon, this is my Japanese-inspired room. I hope you like it. I need a new rug. Because this rug does not fit, but it's okay. That's cool. Okay, so... I think I'm gonna try and make a little bit of money here for a sec. And then I think maybe for the... There's nothing up here, Sheldon. I thought you were gonna stay downstairs. For the rest of the stream, I think I've done everything that's new. I'm not gonna do some of the things like, your house is so comfy. If I stay any longer, I'll spoil my muscles. Gotta keep those bulging rascals in line. Oh, thanks for coming. Sure, if you want to go, I'm not gonna say, no, don't go. Thanks for having me over. Let's do this again sometime. My schedule's flexible, just like me, cardio. Okay, cool. Bye, Sheldon. But anyway, I think today I need to redo this room, because this is my newest room and I've not done anything, because I wanted to do it on stream with you guys and do some designing. This was something I did that cost me 140,000 bells too. But it fits the Japanese style of my home, so. I think upstairs though we're going to do my bedroom. And then back here where my bedroom is, I'm going to do, I don't know exactly the theme, because I like to do themes. But I think I'm going to make it a pet room. I'm going to put like my turtle back here and my hamster's already here and things like that. But I don't know what theme I'm going to go with. Like each room has a theme, like my Japanese inspired, my kind of rustic style. My bedroom's going to be the dark style, my kitchen's retro. I don't have anything else planned for my other rooms. But first, I think I've done everything that's come with the update. But I'm going to try and get that item in the shop. So we're going to go fishing for a while. Dino room? That's not a bad... You know what? That would be a fun basement. Whenever I finally get the basement, that'd be a fun basement. Kind of like a jungle theme. Jungle theme with like dinos and stuff. Is there anything dino in this game? Other than obviously the actual fossil museum. I know there's lots of dino fossils, I know that, but is there anything else dino in this game? Oh, I gotta plant this, here, let's take a shortcut here. I don't know if I can get a trigger. Come on, I know I can jump here. Thank you. So, I'm supposed to plant these things? Oh, I forgot to drop off my acorn. Okay, well, I don't know what they do. Because like I said, I'm new to Animal Crossing in all sorts of all sorts of forms. Like I didn't play any of the old ones either. Alright, let's just put them right here. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, 2 of them? Like that? And he said something about watering them, didn't he? Here, water. I don't know if I did that right. Oh, I did, because it's steaming. Alright, we'll water this one too. Water. Alright, I got steaming holes. Great. That sounded wonderful. Let me water my... No, I'm not going to water my plants. No, I'm not going to water these right now. They do, yeah. That is true. Alright, let's go some fishing. Let's go some fishing. Let's do some fishing. Well, that was a great first cast of my day. Because I need money! Apparently I got lots... apparently I got lots to do on Harv's Island. And... I owe Tom Nook my life. Thanks, Naomi. So, let's do that. Oh, no! Oh, okay. I could actually, if I wanted to, sell my pumpkins, but I've been collecting them. I've been collecting them for all the pumpkin items. I've got so many pumpkin items I need to craft eventually. Because y'all know I'm all about pumpkins, so... All I'm catching are sea bass, though. I did hear that the new, like, cooking recipes for sea bass... They have some for sea bass, I mean, so they're, like, not as useless as they used to be. Caught a dab, not too bad. Also, I've really, like, we need to think about how I'm doing this island. I have had no absolute inspiration of what exactly to do where. I have these jail bars that I'm gonna put somewhere. I'll probably put right in this section. I just don't know what I'm gonna put like in it and stuff. But I have these jail bars. I'll probably make a jail. I have some cool arcade games so far. I'll probably make an arcade section on the creepy side. Because I just feel like that would be a better creepy side thing than cutesy. Because so far on the cutesy side, I have a lot of Japanese inspired things. And or they're kind of called Imperial. Oh, that was a bad one. I got a lot of those things. And I am going to do a restaurant style. Oh, he's not going to see that, is he? Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Ugh, he didn't. I'm going to do that restaurant somewhere. Like a Japanese restaurant. That's why I've got so many fish for sushi around. Time catching fish in the pond. Oh, that's not where I wanted to throw it. All right, this is the one. This is it. There we go. Oh, you mean all that work for all that work for a carp? Hmm? I said I had Nook Miles to collect. I do not, you liar! Chop wood, DIY, blah 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 blah. Okay. We need... Is it 4 o'clock already? Oh my god, it's 4 o'clock already. We need to, catch us fish. Never mind, I scared him. We need to get a lot of Nook Miles too, because there was a lot of things there I needed. Ah, fishy! Oh, I almost pushed it. Well, that's not what I wanted. So how do you get all the... Ooh, never mind, I'm such an idiot. I was gonna say there's something to dig up there, but that's where I planted those things. How do you get veggies going and stuff like that? There might have been a DIY and I wasn't paying attention. Oh, come on! Oh. You guys, my inventory's full! You guys... It's my own fault, so I don't know why I'm complaining to you guys. It's my own fault. That's gonna get me every time. I swear, every time I run by that thing, I'm gonna be like, ooh, something to dig up! Okay, I'm gonna look at something real quick. Well, actually, first we're gonna sell this stuff, but then I'm gonna look at something real quick. Actually, I should time hop so that I can get turnips. I'm never awake enough to get turnips from what's her name. Oh, I've got so far to go. I might just buy that later. I might, like, do something else with you guys for a bit. I need to look in here. So what's a duster? I think I already asked that, but... So we have... That's right. Basic cooking recipes is 5,000? Oh, buddy! Pitfall seed recipe. That's probably what I need too. Ladder setup kit. What's that? Alright, I kinda wanna buy the basic cooking recipes now. I know I'm going for that set back there, but I can definitely play this off stream and not bore you guys with just fishing constantly. So I think I'll buy the basic cooking recipes. Because I want to see what it is. What? I can't sell you food or drink recipes until you have the DIY recipes plus app upgrade. You suck. Alright, fine. Fine, I'll go upgrade my phone. I'm gonna buy this though. Plant one in the group with a shovel and ta-da, there's a pit you can fall in. What? This recipe is for a pitfall seed. Plant one in the ground with a shovel and ta-da, there's a pit you can fall into? I don't know what that is yet, and I don't really want to spend the money if I don't know what it is. Okay, fine. Fine. Timmy. I'll go upgrade my app. Good thing I have a lot of Nook Miles. Fine. Hello, Mr. Nook. I have to do something, and I wasn't really paying that close attention to what he said, but it's okay, I'll figure it out. See, like, I do want to buy... Did he say it was in Nook Miles? I do want to buy all this stuff. Wait, not that. All this cutesy stuff we saw. Like, definitely that, but... And definitely that in time, but I don't want to buy it until I know I need it. Because I think all this cutesy stuff would be perfect for the cutesy side of the island. We could make... Oh, I definitely want that. We could definitely make like a theme park something over there. It'll be a while, but I'm assuming this stuff doesn't disappear because it is in the Nook shop. This stuff doesn't disappear. None of that I want. So what did he say? Be a chef, DIY recipes. This. I need this. Seen a dino? You mean Godzilla? Wait, where'd he go? This is the bottom. Godzilla? Was that? Or the elephant? I know that's not a dino, but I went by it real fast. Nah. There's no dino. Well, I mean, Godzilla, I guess, is kind of like a dino. Yeah, close enough, yeah. I've thought about putting him on my scary side of the island, though. For sure, because he's big. I'm pretty sure he's a really big item. And I probably will put him on the creepy side, but like I said, I've been saving my Nook Miles for other things until I know I'm ready for him. Okay, so we need be a chef. Good thing I saved up my money. Good thing my island is full and I don't need to. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Dinos are not scary, they're friends. True. True. But he doesn't fit on the cutesy side. He's not cute. Well, I mean, dinos can be cute, but Godzilla and that particular item was not cute. Cool, my DIY recipes app was upgraded to DIY recipes plus. Time to find a kitchen and get the cooking. Cool. He would fit better on the scary side. We'll just put it that way. Because I like dinosaurs, actually. Dinosaurs are cool. I wish these told you more about him. Because, like, what's Island Life 101 service? I mean, it's only 400, but I don't really want to get it right now if I'm not needing it. Definitely custom fencing and a flash will be handy when I'm ready. I mean, I've got plenty of money. I shouldn't say when I'm ready, but... yeah, I think that's the only thing we're gonna get right now. I'll come back. It is that they are so big. I'm pretty sure that Godzilla statue thing is super big too. I'm pretty sure I saw it on somebody's island once. I go island or whatever you want to call it, where you go hop in from Dream Island to Dream Island, because I do that a lot for inspiration of how, you know, what to do things, hoping I'll get like an island with like the same kind of aesthetic I'm going for. And I've seen that Godzilla on some. Okay, can I buy this now? I'm talking to me again. Let's see. That is $49.80 bill. Why $49.80? Oh, I should have said, what is this? Oh, he just told me, I guess. I thought he might tell me more. Hi, Tibby. Okay, time to send the recipes from basic cooking recipes to your phone. I will. I'm actually super excited for these. For that. For these. Nope, I'm good for now. Yeah, I looked it up and it's 2 times bigger than your person. I thought so, yeah. It's like an actual like Godzilla size item. And like I said, I was thinking about putting it on my island. I just haven't. It's huge and I don't know where to put it, so I'll just wait until I'm ready for it. It's always there, it never disappears. What? Oh, this recipe, excuse me, I was reading that. This recipe is your collection. The recipes in your collection could stretch for miles, so allow me to present you with these miles. Delight the eyes and stomachs of your neighbors with all your delicious creations. Okay. Alright, wait, I wanted to look at that. Cooking with DIY recipes can now craft foods and drinks with cooking recipes. Instead of a workbench, you'll need to use a kitchen to prep these items. See how many DIY delicious creations you can cook up. Whoa, look at the mountains in here. Oh, I want this. Oh my gosh. Oh, that doesn't fit the aesthetic of my kitchen though. It might though. Maybe I don't need to raise 140,000 because maybe I want this instead. That's a toughie. What is this? Flour? I don't have wheat. Whole wheat flour, sugar, brown sugar, carrot. I can't cook anything because I don't have any of these items. Tomato curry. Enoshi? Is that how you say it? I've already lost it. Organic bread. Oh, pumpkin bagel sandwich. Oh, hell yeah. Seaweed soup. Grilled sea bass with herb. Oh, easy. Sea bass and a clump of weeds. Puree. Brown sugar cupcakes. Carrot cake. Pancakes. Orange smoothie. Ooh, that sounds good. Orange smoothie. Sorry, I can already make that. Cool! It's behind your picture. Oh, you guys can't see it? Oh, crap. Here. Sorry, my big fat head is in the way. I'm gonna move me for a sec. Just a sec. Actually, instead of moving me, I'm gonna do this. There. That's what I'm looking at. I thought I could click it and make it bigger. That's what I'm looking at. That, I think, would be really cool to have. I don't know if it fits the aesthetic of my kitchen, because my kitchen's kind of supposed to be retro, like, style. But I really like that. And I could definitely make that. I could go get iron nuggets. It's not that hard. I have some in my inventory at home. So it wouldn't be hard to go get. They've already taken down the Halloween stuff in town and started putting up the Christmas stuff. No! No! Well, I mean, I understand taking the Halloween stuff down, okay? But no! I'm sorry, I'm a person who... Christmas doesn't start till Thanksgiving Day. Like, Thanksgiving Day is when Christmas starts to me. Before that, no! But then again, all the stores in our town, all the stores have Christmas stuff up. Anywhere you go. Oh, I love Christmas also. I love it. Christmas, like October 1st to January 1st is my favorite time of year because I love Christmas. I love fall decorations and Halloween. But I don't get really into the Christmas mood until Thanksgiving. I feel like there's like a nice leeway between, spoopy, creepy, Halloween, everything. Then there's like this nice little like almost month where you can kind of just like chill and then start getting ready for Christmas. And then when Christmas hits, you're all ready. I'm not the person where November 1st hits and Halloween's over and all that stuff. I might still try to buy this though, because it would be nice to have. Because I could put that in my the restaurant area I kind of want to make, but it doesn't really fit the look, so. Okay, let's go hit some rocks, because I do kind of want to make that. Where are my rocks now? I accidentally broke a rock once, and I didn't mean to. But yeah, don't get me wrong. Love Christmas, and I love the... It's a weird saying, but I love the feeling of Christmas. I don't need that bug. But I do like the little leeway between Thanksgiving or Halloween and Christmas. Maybe I can find a money rock too. I haven't done that today. Oh, not a money rock. Oh! All that was in there was rock! How many did I need? 10. Where are they? I have 9. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, hell yeah. We are definitely enjoying all the rain we're getting. Because that means fire season is over. And all our reservoirs are filling back up. Ah. Okay. You think I would know where all the rocks on my island were, but I'm not positive. Oof, no, don't run over the flowers. I think there's one over by Hornsby's house. Yep, it's the greatest family food and just a great time for Christmas. Yeah, that's what I like. I just like the overall feel of Christmas. It's just, I don't know. It's got this different feel to it. Fly! Sorry, blue scared me. No, don't. Oops. Got it. I love decorating too. I hate taking it down, but I love decorating. Christmas stuff. But I love decorating Halloween stuff too. But Halloween isn't quite as special because I like it all year round, so it's like Halloween decorations are up in my house 24/7, so it's not really any different. Come on, fishy. No, not that way. This way, please. Not warm or cold here, so that means we get the great weather that funnels down. Ooh. I like the cold weather better, but I understand. It's called Christmas Spirit. That's true. It is called Christmas Spirit. I love Christmas Spirit. Ooh, koi fish! I don't need any more koi fish. I think I saved a bunch for my Japanese island. Oops. Money rock. Crap, though. It doesn't have enough spaces. No! Ah! Oh well. I hit it again. More! More money! Nope, it's out. He's out of money. Okay, I think I have one more rock on the island. No, 2 more rocks on the island. I think I can go get some iron and then we'll make that. Like I said, I think we'll try and decorate my house a little bit. But though, honest question though, does anyone know how to start gardens? Like, how does that start? I haven't seen anything about, like, here's a tomato for you. Oh, I thought that was a weed. There's a rock over here, I think. Yes. Gold! Also, I can start... Oh, you serious? I mean, I got gold, but no iron. I could also start planting some trees, because I have honestly been waiting to do it on stream. I have done kind of nothing in my island so that I could do it on stream with you guys to show you my planning. I think there's one more rock up high, and then that's it. I have enough, but... And I have some in my inventory at home too, so it's not like I'm out of iron. We'll get you the tiller until the ground. You can add some. Yeah, right. Huh? Aha! Yeah, seriously though, how? Where do I get tomatoes? I got too many stuff around this one. Okay. Let's go make this and put it down. Oh, I thought I saw something. Because I really like it. I wonder if you can customize it. I also need to make this too, but I don't have that many cherry blossoms. I didn't do a lot during that time frame, so I don't have a lot. Also, I need to craft that. Like my jail bars I need to craft. But anyways, we're crafting the stonework kitchen. Because actually I do need to figure out when I can get things like tomatoes and you start doing the gardening. I gotta figure out where I want to put that because I do want that. What kind of customization is in this? Ooh, okay. Oh, I like the mossy look, but it does not go with my house. So I think this would look really good in my kitchen. It's got a retro feel to it, right? I mean, people used to cook like that. So I need to go get my customization stuff because it's in my house. But yes. Oops, not that. Oops, not that either. What did I do? Oh, I got this. Cool, okay. Oh, what's this? Cook up a storm. I can do that. Beige is best. Do you think it fits my kitchen best? I need to get my customization stuff that's in my inventory. There it is. See, I had 30 or excuse me, 90 iron nuggets. But those are a backup in case of an emergency. I have things in my inventory here that are in case of an emergency and I'm out of, like, for instance, I hit all the rocks today. I have no more iron. I've got iron for backup. So, and I don't have a lot of cherry blossoms, unfortunately. 10, 20, 33. But anyway, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Customization kit. Okay, let me go make the beige one, and then we'll put it in our kitchen. I do like my toadstools as counters, but I would actually like an actual looking kitchen too. I need to put one of these in my house so I don't have to come outside every time. Oh, no! I would like to customize. I haven't opened that gift yet. Okay, so beige. Yeah, beige would definitely go better. I like the white, it just doesn't fit. And I freaking love the glossy, but it doesn't go in my house. So, let's do beige. Are you okay with this design? Yeah. Okay, I need to open this present. Mushroom wreath. Wait, I think I know this. Yeah. Oh, what a bummer. I hate it when I get DIYs that I already know, especially from the balloons. From the villagers, I don't mind that much, but man, the balloons I always feel are special, and then I get something I got. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, let's go put this in our kitchen. See, I have a stove already. So, you know, it's like, why am I going for that one? There's 140,000, but I like how it's combined, like, with stove and sink. But, we've got this thing now, so let's see. I'll go into the other mode in just a second. Oh, I love it. It doesn't actually really fit my kitchen, but it's okay. It's okay. I will go with it because I kind of like it. You guys like it where it's at? Like smack in the middle? I don't have a sink now, though. That's not Gouda. Alright. Where should I put my knives? I've got my retro phone. Nothing's over here. Just gonna put them right here for now. I still want my sink, though. So I think for now, let's put this over here next to my toaster. Pockets? Yes. Not necessarily do I like my utility sink, but it's fine. I also haven't actually customized my things. Like, I could customize the fridge to get, like, a different one than blue. But I was hoping I would find one instead, or one would be available in the shop that I could just buy and then I could sell the blue one, but I kind of like, at the moment, everything's weird. Because, like I said, I like collecting them. Alright, how do you guys like my kitchen? Want some coffee? I'll make some toast for us as well. Oops, my thing is sideways. Toast. Oops, wrong button. Oh, I want to pick it up. There we go. Cause I have OCD and it has to be facing the right way. Good job. Do you like my kitchen? Is it nice? Yeah, I made you some coffee and toast, Mom. Does anyone want, like, an orange shake? I'll make someone an orange shake if they want some. It's nice, even the 70s wallpaper is growing on me. Yeah. Like, I don't necessarily love the wallpaper, but I like retro things, like vintage and stuff like that. So I just feel like it fits my idea. And we've got our own tea kettle. But this, I think, fits, it actually fits better than I thought it would. I was just kind of curious. Okay, so this is how you do it. I mean, if I want, I don't have a lot of weeds, but we could just go catch a sea bass and make this just to see what it's like. Because I've never obviously made anything yet. Am I done in here? I think I'm done in here. I want toast and coffee, please. All for you. I made it just for you. The coffee and the toast. And since our island fruit is orange, I made an orange slushy or something. Not slushy. Orange milkshake. No, not an orange milkshake. Smoothie. That's the word I was looking for. Orange smoothie. Oh, I wanted to look at something. Mom gave us a... That's not the button I wanted. Mom gave us a, mat or something, and I wanted to see what it looked like. Oops. Oh, isn't it cute? Oh my god, that's gonna fit great on the cutesy side of the island. Where? I don't know, but I got a spoopy rug too. But that's gonna fit great on my spoopy side of the island. I mean my cute side of the island. You can keep the toast. Alright, I keep the toast. My toast. Actually, it's Mom's toast. Mom says she wanted the toast. So Mom's toast. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, go see if I can catch a sea bass, because I'm kind of curious. That's not what I wanted. I'm kind of curious to see what cooking is like. I think I hit all the uh-oh, what's up? Good timing! I just thought up a new nickname for you. Oh no, what's that? Oh, yes, my nickname is that. Because, who was it? Humphrey asked, and I had no idea what to say, so I was like, fine, I like him, so cool. Would you like to hear a brand new name I came up for you? Sure. Sure, what is it? I'd like to call you Bestie? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, because I do really love Ava, because she's adorable. What do you think, Beaker? You know what? Fine. I'm fine with that. I'll be calling you bestie from now on. Alright, fine by me, bestie. I love you too, Ava. You know what? I'm gonna go catch a fish, and I'm gonna give you my first food because you call me bestie. Oops, sorry. What's your name? Alright, watch, I'll never catch a sea bass again. Oh, come on now, dude. No, I'm in perfect spot. What are you talking about, game? Ooh, football. I got football fish. I already have a football fish. Not today, but I've already have one for my museum. Oh, it's just Naomi's nose. I thought someone was new over there, but it's just her nose. I was also gonna put some flowers down where I need to put them. Since I've got a whole slew. Because the island is mainly gonna have just orange, black, pink, and white flowers. Maybe the occasional dark blue ones, maybe the, or no, purple too on the spooky side, but I haven't actually made any purple ones yet. But like red, I'll probably keep red ones for the cute side too, but all the other colors, yellow, probably won't have any yellows on my island. In time I'll dig all those up and end up, oh, you saw it. In time I'll dig them all up and get rid of them. Well, at least I'm catching fish that are decent. Oh, no! Alright. Alright, I go make more. Another one, I mean. Yo, Tom! I need a fishing pole. Ah! See, that's why you have extra gold nuggets. I need it for my fishing rod. And I only have one left, and I have no more rocks on my island. I think I've hit them all. There might actually be one more over by, no, I think I got it. Never mind, I think I got all the rocks on my island. I forgot to drop off this, whatever. Ugh, God, they got a dumb character, she can't walk over bridges. Ooh, there's a big guy. Oh, come on now. Hello, thank you. Now I want toast. Yes! I've never been so excited to catch a sea bass. I could cook something with this fish. Yeah, I've come up with a recipe for sea bass pie. Eh? I'm assuming I need flour for that, but eh? You know what? How much inventory space do I have? One more spot. Let's catch one fish and we'll sell it. No, you, yay! Come back here! Where'd he go? I thought he was gonna come back. Where did you go? There you are. Oh, that was a really bad throw, but it'll get there in time. No, come on, come on, fishy. Nice! That's always exciting. There we go. Is that like, is that like, what sport is that? Just curious. I'm assuming football. But I thought I'd ask just in case. Every time. Every time I see that stupid hole and think I gotta click, dig it. Football, yeah. I kind of assumed so, but I had to ask just in case. Okay, I need to sell the football fish. Mushroom reef. No, not my sea bass. Koi. Taser. Stop. There's somebody walking by outside. Shush. By the way, Taser's in my room. Guy, I know. Guy can't see him anymore, but you can hear him apparently. See, when I'm streaming with my character on, I can keep my window open behind me and let in a lot of light, but it also means that, if Taser's joining us for the day, he's going to bark at anything that walks by my window. Not to brag or anything, but the last time they went to state, they had one of the best players ever just saying, hey, that's not braggy. I mean, you have the right to brag. That's something to brag about. Don't mess with the flowers. I'm here to make sea bass. Good thing I have weeds. I actually just sold some of my weeds to Leaf while he was here. Because I'm greedy and I need money. Okay, let's put this away. We could also use our Nook Miles, though, to go traveling for weeds if we needed it. I'm a huge sports person, so sports and bragging is right up my alley. Ooh. What do we need? Yeah, flour. What was it? How do you make flour? Oh, wheat. That's right. Duh. I mean, that's obvious, but wonder how we get wheat. I gotta figure that out. How do we get all that good stuff? Alright, let's make grilled sea bass with herbs because I'm kind of curious how to do it. Oh, look what I made! Look what I made! I made some grilled sea bass with herbs. Isn't it lovely? Take it in, guys. Take it in. My Animal Crossing character's first ever recipe. No, I'm done. I made fish. Okay, so now can I just give that to someone? Like, or can I eat it? Can I eat it? Not that I want to, but could I eat it? Oh, talk to your neighbors. I could do that. I should go chop some wood just to get this, stuff. Oh, we made food! Oh, I was gonna look to see what happens. Sea bass, because that's gonna be the easiest one to make. Like, you catch sea bass all the time. Weeds are not hard to come by. Oh, I can eat it! Oh my gosh! Not that I want to. Is there like a perk? Like, if I eat this, am I gonna be like super smart? I don't know. But like, if you eat an orange, you can dig up things. Like, if I eat the sea bass thing, do I get something special? I could place it, but it's not hard to make, so it's gonna be something I make all the time. After I left school, they allowed pulling kids from other counties. I was gonna say countries. Counties, and even some schools have reported buying houses for people just to bring their kids to play in that county. Dang. I've never heard it. Well, no, I've never really heard of them doing that for that. But you know, high up people, I've heard that, but not that. Yeah, that's all I made. I just made the one thing. I can't make anything else. I don't know how to get wheat or tomatoes or any of that stuff, so I can't make anything until I can figure that out. Yeah, that's oh yeah, did you see that I learned how to make, what was it? Some kind of pie. Sea bass pie. Did you see that, Mom? I can't make it, but where is it? Here it is. I can make sea bass pie, but I need flour, and to make flour I need wheat. I just gotta figure out how to do that. Sugar cane. Huh. Where are we buying sugar cane? There's nothing here, so local sport and college is massive. Yeah, our town college football, or college sports, I guess, football more, is very big deal. A very big deal. And we have a pretty good team. We always have. But that's about all. We don't have any colleges really around. I mean, we do, but they're not really that sports savvy, I guess you'd say. And it's not that big a deal. But our football team, it's a big deal. And then our town likes the professional sports a lot. Like our area, I should say, not our town. It's area thing. All our professional sports teams are very popular. But that's about it. We don't have much other than that. Yeah, and one great alumni. Wait, no, wait, what? Nothing Cali has a team? What? Oh, I was enjoying your song, Ava, but okay. So if I catch more fishies, can I get more recipes? Is that a thing? I forgot really what I was doing. I was gonna give that to someone, but I'm not sure if I should. Oh yeah, we have all the pros that are huge at that. We do. We do. What college team is that for Northern Cali? We don't really have a college team. That's it. All our college teams are down in the Bay Area. Which is sort of Northern California, but it's also like more Central California. I'm guessing sea bass, oops, is really the only one that you can cook with. Oh no, do you guys see that? Did I not throw it far enough? Oof. Oof. Ugh, UCLA, bleh. Bleh. Oh, I can't. We have two pretty good college teams, yeah. I like Stanford a lot. I'm not big into college sports. I do like it. I don't dislike it. Like, I root for my teams, but I don't get to watch it as often. Is what I should say. I like to keep up with them. I like to root for them, but I don't watch them that often because either I don't have the time because I'm watching something else, or they're just not on TV. I want more sea bass. I actually want sea bass now because I want to see what more recipes I learn. Oops. Most of the Western teams we don't play, like, yeah. That's understandable, though. Are you trying to right here by us? Oh. Sauteed olive flounder. What? How do I make that? Ooh, olive flounder and skinny mushrooms. You know, mushrooms are actually kind of hard to find. They don't pop up on the island like weeds do. Or flowers, I should say. But cool! I'm glad actually... I mean, sorry. Wait for this fish. Concentrating. I'm glad I can make other recipes and not just sea bass. Oh, I can cook something with... what? Algae? Algae fry? Algae fry? What's that? Flour and a horse mackerel. Oh my gosh! So other than just being able to make them, is there a benefit to making like each recipe? Kind of like how you can donate things to the museum. Can I donate them to the cafe? That would actually be really cool. That would be kind of cool. Each recipe you make, you can donate it to the cafe. I don't think that's a thing, but that would be fun. I mean, officially. No, not that way! Hate pond fish. Over here! There we go. Ooh, we got a goldfish. But we have most all college teams all trying to be part of the SCC. SCC. Yeah, like I said, I don't know college sports that well. I have one more spot. What is... Why do all my Animal Crossing villagers sit and stare, like, literally right in front of the waterfall? Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't watching. Sorry, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching you. Like I said, Hornsby did it that one time. I'm like 99% sure, not Ava, Renee did it once. And now Naomi is just chilling. Shock is bigger. Biggest shocker ever is Bama ain't #1 this year, where it's Sweet Texas tea when I can say Bama isn't #1, right? Right. I know. I did notice that Bama wasn't #1, which when I did hear that, I was kind of shocked. Happy, but shocked. It's soothing to stare. Okay, yeah, I agree. It is soothing to stare at waterfalls, but really that close? I mean, she could sit back here and like I can't put anything in Times Square, in Central here, whatever this thing is called. But I mean, I could put her like a lounge chair there if they would let me, and she could lounge there, not literally be in the. Oh, I've got full. Not literally be in the waterfall. That one time though, Hornsby was asleep in the waterfall, and that wasn't good for him. Oh, true. That is true. We can't. That is true. I saw that all over my Twitter page. I know she doesn't stream anymore. I was gone there for a while. And I'm not assuming that it's because she is Pregos, but does she not stream because she doesn't want to anymore, or? Or is it because her life is just hectic at the moment? Cause I always loved her streams. She always had such cute streams, cute, cozy. Don't put the excess bells in my bag. I don't have enough room. It's fine. You know as much as I do? Okay. I figured. I thought she might have said somewhere. Cause like I said, I was gone from the internet for like 2 months, a month and a half-ish. I thought I might have missed something somewhere. Alright, you know what, let's go, who should we give our grilled bass to? I'm gonna give it to someone, because I'm kind of curious what happens. You know, Bella's home, and we love Bella. I don't know if she's gonna like this, but let's see. Let's go see if Bella wants it. But congrats to her, though. I am super happy for her. And like I said, if life has gotten in the way for her not to stream, understandable. I was just kind of curious, because I do miss her streams. But I hope she's doing well and everything. Do you want this? Some food! Some grilled sea bass with herbs for me! Wow. Yum. Oh, I'm not singing that. Yummy times coming my way. Thanks so much. Eeks. I feel kind of bad being the only one getting stuff. Here, take an Argyle sweater. Oops, sorry, I didn't want to talk to you. But okay. We'll just chat while we're here. I don't think I want this sweater. I know, I love her too. She's so cute. I loved her streams. Like I said, and I'm not saying like if she decides to stop streaming, it's whatever. It's up to her. Like I said, I know she's got a lot going on now, but I do miss her. I felt bad like when I took like that kind of month and a half off from Twitch that I kind of missed a lot. I saw like there's some people like I see don't stream anymore or yeah, that's about it. But I did feel like I missed a lot. I keep forgetting I don't have a way to get over there from here. Let me go see if I have this sweater. If not, I can go give it to somebody. And then what time is it? We've got about an hour until I want to get off. So let's see, we can do some designing. Because I'll either try and get that, I don't think I'm going to try and get that thing as much as I kind of want it. But I really like the style of our kitchen at the moment, so I probably will just wait. Don't disturb the flowers. Alright, let's first go see if I need this sweater or not. You know, the other night when I raided her, she was making bushi. And I raided her, I was like, okay, you know, sorry, I gotta go, you know, I'm tired, it's like 3 a.m. for me. I actually stayed up for her whole stream. Because I just had to see the end of what she was doing. She didn't actually finish what she was making, but I did, I went to bed at like 5 in the morning almost, because I was trying to see how she finished and everything like that. And like, so she wasn't actually finished when she ended, but close enough. It was adorable what she made. What am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for my sweater. Oh, I don't have that. Okay, I'll keep it. I'm literally collecting everything I get, and then if I have a double, I'll give it to someone. Like, half the stuff, like, I'm never gonna wear this. But you never know, one day I might need it for something. So, yes, I am, Mom. That's why I'm getting off at about 6. Plus, it'll be about 4-hour mark. Oh, I was gonna design my house, but I think I'm gonna do some other things first. So let's go. I need to dig up some flowers. How many pink ones? Don't disturb the flowers. How many pink ones do I have over here? Actually, we should plant my trees. Also in time. I'm not gonna do it right now because when you do it, it costs money, and 2, if you put it down, you can't move it, and when you want to move it, it costs money. But I'm gonna put ramps here and here. So there'll be a ramp coming up here. The water that's down there is gonna go away. I'll get rid of it. But I'm gonna put ramps right here. Probably the same one that's over here. probably that same one that's up there that you guys can see at the top of the screen that goes up to my house. But I just haven't put it down because I don't want to spend the money and be like, oh, you know what? I've changed my mind again. In time, I will probably do that because that's most likely the way I'll keep the island with the museum right behind it. But for now, I don't want to put it there because I'm not positive. Because dang, that waterfall was like super hard to make for me because it was the first thing I did. And now I have to destroy some of it because it's not where I want it. But that's fine. We've got all the time in the world, so it doesn't matter. Hi, Humphrey. Humphrey. I have 2. I want these pink ones. Because the roses are going somewhere else. I'm trying to breed pink, whatever these are called. Windflowers. I'm trying to breed pink windflowers. Got it. So let's go put these down. Actually, I should probably go water my flowers so that I can get some more. I got a bunch of pink roses, but those are going other places, so. Where? I have so many flowers all over the place. I don't. Is it red and orange? Are those the ones that make pink? Because there were some weird combinations that made pink, and I think that was one of them. Oh, you see me show up real late then? I did. I was in bed, so I had my phone like propped up on my pillow and I was trying to sleep. But I did see you pop in. I wasn't chatting. Balloon! Because I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't. I had to see how she finished. Oops. A little far over. Oh. I mean, I have one, but can't go wrong with a panda. But I have like 3 of them, I think now. Can you customize the pandas? Can I have different colored ones other than green? Is that a thing? Oh, no! Why not? Why not, game? Why can't I have a yellow panda? Is it blue and red? I don't know how you get pink ones. But anyway, it's whatever. I don't think anymore. Let's go plant these. Also, I'm gonna have a pumpkin patch on my scary side, but I've got tons of pumpkin seeds. But I don't know where I'm putting that yet, so. These are gonna be orange and black eventually. So I only have 2. Darn it, I don't have enough. 1 there. And 1 there. So I need how many more pink ones? 1, 2 more pink ones and then I'll be done. Because what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to put pink and white all along there. Probably orange and black. I'm trying to breed some purple ones, but I haven't got lucky to get the other colors to get purple. And I don't even know what style flower. I don't know if it's going to be the pansies, the windflower, the whatever you call those ones over there. But in time... yeah, in time we'll, have those all done. Let's plant these trees that are in my inventory. I think I'm ready. See how it looks. I don't think I could plant there. I think the game hates that. Okay, I'll plant here. It's so close to the edge. Let's see if this looks good. Man, is this not gonna look as good as I was hoping it would look? I would rather it go Like, because Animal Crossing won't let you. Okay. Okay, I got an idea. Okay, let's see how this looks. Good thing I have lots of oranges to eat, because that tree's not where I want it to go. And because the game does not like things so close to the edge, I think we could probably make one more section right here. Let's see how it looks. Because then the steps will go right here. We'll get rid of this water. And I think this will look better than that. I'll have to do one on the other side too. Wait. It's gonna kind of hide my turtle that's sitting there, but that's okay. Let me eat an orange. I think I want it right here. Yes? Should I start, actually, probably right there. That'd probably be a better starting point. Nope. Am I only gonna be able to put 2 if I put it there? Ah, fridge. Well, this isn't turning out like I thought it was. I wanted to put 3, but it doesn't. I don't know. I don't want to put too close to Mr. Turtle there. I haven't got to see a lot of streams recently just because they've either been on when I'm not on or I just like playing a game and I don't realize they're on because I'm really bad at that. I'm really bad at playing a game and not realizing someone's come on. But I haven't seen Riva at all. Like anywhere. I haven't seen him on. I don't know if I've missed the stream or anything, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Hey, you were tired. No, you didn't, Brad. You were on what? A couple days ago? I can't remember. Magic too. I love Magic streams. I lurk in hers a lot because I stick it on at night because she streams at night, and then I will play usually like Dead by Daylight or something in the background. I hate to do it, but I don't know if this is where I want the tree. That's why I have a lot of oranges on me. I need to better plan this out before I actually plant a tree. I don't think I can put one here. Not there. That would be too close because the game will yell at me. And it won't like it there because I'll be too close. How wide is this? Like 2 or 3? Riva's busy with last I talked to him working on his house. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I hope it's all going well for him. I know his house was, last I had heard, it was like kind of a mess. So I hope he's doing well. I hope his house, I know what it's like to have to do house crap. talk to Tom Nook and just get like an idea of how wide those are. Like, I don't want to buy it. Like, it should fit right here, right? Somewhere where I didn't want that. Get out of here now. I think that would be wide enough. I mean, it's not like I can't fix it later. It's not like that. Let's go see if I can... I don't think he lets you, but let me see. I think you have to give Tom Nook money in order to do that. I just want to see how big it is. But I'm pretty sure you have to buy it before you do it. Infrastructure, I think it is. I want to see what an incline would look like. I don't want to buy it. I don't want to buy it. I just want to know how big it is. I think it's too wide. Too space wide, not too wide. But I haven't built one in a really long time, so I don't know how big I need them to be. Actually, kind of curious what he says about your home. And is there anything new? Let's see what he says. We took our standing dartboard. We took our standing dartboard to my sister's house because they want to bring both sides together, his family and her family and his family, excuse me, and have a dart tournament Christmas Eve. Nice. I don't want to take everyone's money. No, Brad. No. Show off your talent. Show it off. I'm now offering Full House designs at a customizable option. Yes. More than roofs or siding, a new house design can drastically change the entire shape of your home. Oh, I find that quite exciting. Give it a thought. Okay, I just want to look. Can I look? If I put yes, is he gonna make me do it? Okay, so you're our catalog. Thank you. I just wanted to look. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. I probably won't get this right now, but I love it. Because my house, I think, looks like a gingerbread house, and I like it. But definitely something I'm gonna have to do, because I think my house is kind of on the spoopy side. Like, my house isn't centered, and I'm not gonna try and center it because it doesn't really matter to me. But my house is on the spoopy side, but I like this like Japanese style looking one. But then again, I don't like any of these. I kind of like, I want that orange back. I want that orange color I have. So I have to kind of think about it. But cool, I like those. The white game that paid for many of the things I got in high school. Oh, nice. Yeah, right? There are some really good ones in there. I like mine though how it is. But I really like that Japanese style one. But I don't really like the customization. Like, I wish I could put the orange to it. Because I feel like my house is cute looking, but it's on the spoopy side, so it's got like the orange house with the purple roof. And it just kind of fits. Okay, so I'm thinking... Oh, I got the water tool out. My bad. Should I make it... No, I actually like it squared off. I'm thinking that will be okay. And then I will be able to put stairs there. So I'll have to do that on the other side as well. Because I want 3 trees here. I want 3 trees. 2 looks dumb, and they don't let you put them too close together. So I need 3. And I can't move my waterfall because I can't. It's where it is. Is where it's staying. And everything over here is not staying, so don't mind all this stuff. Oops, gosh! Trying to get my tool back out. Oh, I need to go 1 wider too. Crap. I gotta move this. Gotta move this. I gotta put that back in my house. Gotta dig this up because it's not what I thought it was. There's a lot of stuff I've still gotta do. Like, I'm not sure if the water where I have it is staying either. Oh, man. No, I'm trying to modify it. I'm trying to make one. This is how wide I wanted it, right? I think so. No, my bad. I wish this tool showed you exactly where you were hitting. I get really annoyed when I hit the wrong thing. No! Game. Alright, this way I can get around it. That, I don't need that anyway. That was a plan I had going and then I scrapped that idea. Alright, did I do that right? Is that how wide I want it? No! I didn't need that extra side! Oh! Did you say you're maybe streaming tonight? I might, yes. I might do one at 11 o'clock and see if I can finish up Until Dawn, but I'm not positive. Depends on if how tired I am after. Or around that time, I should say, not after. Well, that was a waste of my time. We don't need this extra one here. No! No! How far do I need to go over? I think 1 before the flowers? I wish you could... No, 1 more, I think. I wish you could move your camera better outside, like, here. I think this is where I want it. Right? I think so. I think that's right. As I need bamboo. I need to plant bamboo. One there. One there. I don't have any bamboo. Not there. Too late for you? Yeah, I understand. Like I said, I'm not even sure if I am. It's my thought process at the moment. Because I would really like to finish Until Dawn so we could move on to something else. But it just depends on how tired I am. Alright, 1 tree. New tree. Oops. Oh no! You're supposed to go in the hole. You. No. This hole. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, it hides my turtles, but I know they're there. I know the turtles are there, so they look cute. I might actually move the turtles, like, maybe somewhere else, but for now. And then I think I could probably put orange and, or purple or whatever flowers I want back here. And we can do the same with the pink and white pattern and kind of go around this instead of just there. I don't have any more pink ones of those. And I don't, how do you get bamboo? Because it's not these. If it is nursery bamboo, I have no idea how to get those to come to be bamboo. Let's go see if I have any in my inventory. I don't think I do. Oh, wait, I think I know where some are that I don't want. Try to stay up, but tend to fall asleep. I understand you fall asleep. It's late for you, too. It's 3 hours later. I didn't want to. I had to put it in storage. Let's put all this in storage because I'm not ready for it. Hey, I ended up with 3 extra trees. Okay, so how do you grow bamboo? Can you grow it from these? I thought you could, but apparently you can't. Bamboo shoots, I know you can't. Bamboo pieces. I mean, do I just have to water it? Can't dock my pay for nothing? Nope, that's for sure. You try, and that's all that matters. Is you try. If you can't make it, totally, I understand. So yeah, okay, little bamboo. So isn't this thing supposed to grow? Oh, I've got to sneeze. Can I water him? Take a little bamboo guy. Grow to be something big. I don't know if that's how it works. I've never grown bamboo. I'm trying to get my ladder. I've only ever dug it up from other places and put it down. Which they have a chute there too. These ones over here, I don't know if I want them here. I put them here because I wasn't sure what to do with them. Not fishing rod. Do I need a thingy? Yeah. I'm gonna put one up there. I don't like this one here anyways. I went to an island, grabbed a bunch of bamboo one day thinking I was gonna do something and then didn't like it, so I just randomly planted it. Ugh, Naomi! Get out of my way. Alright, we'll put this one here. No! Can you not put holes? Alright, you. Taking all my oranges. I got plenty. I got a whole island full of them, but still. Beats the purpose. No! Alright. I want you to go right here. Ugh. Lovely. Alright, I'll leave this hole here as a reminder. I don't know if this one's gonna grow into bamboo, but I'm gonna try. Because I have this one. Where am I going? Whatever. I have this one over here that I've had planted there for like ages, and it's done nothing. But I'm also thinking it might be because it's too close to the edge. I don't know. Never grown bamboo. I usually just go and steal it from another island. Okay, so we've got that done. So that's gonna be that. I could get some. Do I have any more? These are trying to bloom something, so I'm not taking those. Do I have any more white windflowers? Wait. I kind of like the windflowers on that side. They're cute. I think I'll keep the roses to the spoopy side, but I'll put some on the cute side as well. Alright, so we need, let's see. These stay, these need to go. Not those! Those. Those can stay. Oops. These need to go. Those can stay. So I'd want to plant, I think, right here. I think I could put pink where I'm standing. Pink would go here. Ugh, is that too far? No, that's fine. White would go there. Pink. One more white. Okay, turtle's in my way. Gotta have white more of those somewhere, I would think. There's one down farther I'm hoping, I think I read you can breed a certain color with 2 whites. I haven't watered them today though, so that's not gonna help. I've got red there. I might have some seeds for those, but I hate planting seeds because half the time they just repopulate anyway. See, I have those bamboo things up here too, and they've never grown, but they may be too close together. Nope, I don't have any up there. I might not have any more white ones. I might actually have to wait till they just grow. Pansies, if you can't tell, are my island flower, so they're everywhere. And eventually I'll get rid of them. Oh, I thought I heard a balloon. Well, so far I like the update. You do have to wait for some things, but I mean, it's Animal Crossing. You have to wait for half the things. I like the new boat guy. I'm kind of bummed I can use it only once a day, but makes me keep wanting to come back, so can't wait for Brewster to get here. That'll be Sunday. If I stream Sunday, I'll show you guys that and see what he has to do. Alright, I don't want to move those because I'm using those. Cooking's fun. I might have balloon! I might have to Google how you get, like, tomatoes and stuff. Maybe it has to do with Harv's Island? Because he had all those things we could donate to, but I'm like really short on money, so that was a lot of money. So after stream, I'll probably Google it. Leather patch skirt. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's cute. Not with my current outfit, but that's cute. Oh, by the way, do you guys like my fall outfit? I mean, I am adorable. Did I show you guys my Halloween costume for my character? I don't think I showed you guys my oh, wait a minute. Naomi's thinking. Maybe she wants to leave. Thank goodness, you've got to help me. It seems Bella and I, had a falling out. I don't even know why. Apparently I said something incredibly cruel, but I don't know what it was. I wanted to make up, so I got a little gift for her, but I'm too nervous to do it in person right now. Is there any chance you could deliver it to me, or for me? Could you deliver my package to me? It would be I would be forever in your debt. You know what? Why not? Because it's for Bella. Here it is. I don't want to do it for you. I want to do it for Bella. At the end of the day, of course. But I gotta show off my costume. Because on Halloween, if you guys played Animal Crossing, if you didn't have enough candy, you could actually go to your villager's house and get candy from them, because I did run out of candy. But I had this cute little outfit on, and the only person who was home was Renee, and she didn't like my outfit. She said I wasn't dressed up, and I'll show you guys. You want to get rid of Naomi, then take her Sapu from her? Yeah. Oh, I opened it! I don't think it matters. I think I can still gift it to her. I got so sidetracked. I opened Bella's gift. I hope she don't mind. If not, I don't care that much, but I'll just give it to her anyway. This was my Halloween costume. Oh, wait a minute. Let me take my hat off. But Renee said I wasn't dressed up in a costume, and I was very mad at her. This was my Halloween costume. I was Alice in Wonderland, and she didn't get it. I was very upset. I had to actually dress up in something else to get candy from her, because she said I had to have a costume on. So I went as this. I went as my human fall flat character. It's cute, I love it, but I liked my Alice in Wonderland costume, and she didn't like it. She said I wasn't dressed up. Anyway, I wanted to show off my cute costume, because I didn't plan Halloween. Love it. I loved, wait, which one? I love both of them actually, but I loved my Alice in Wonderland costume. Bella, I have a gift for you that I accidentally opened. Do you still want it? I've never accidentally opened a gift. I'm hoping she's not mad. I'm still gonna gift it to her, but... Oh good, delivery time! I have this gift I opened. Do you want it? Naomi got me a guide shirt. The whole thing was bothering her too, huh? I should go apologize to Naomi. Well, thanks for bringing it to me. Goody goody, I didn't get in trouble for accidentally opening it. I didn't think Bella would be mad, but maybe Naomi won. Yeah, who's to say that I did that? No, but nobody saw nothing. Now where's Naomi, and I'll tell her. I opened your gift. Oh, there she is. I was like, where the hell did she get up to? I did! I almost don't want to hear the answer, but was Bella still mad at me? You know, I don't remember, but no. You just... Oh, no, that's not what I meant to tell her! So you just opened it? I spent all that time wrapping it, and you just opened it? Yeah, I did. I'm trying to make up with a friend here and don't have time to deal with this. Oh, you know what? In a way, I'm so happy I made her angry, because maybe she'll want to leave. I was trying to hit you. Oh, I missed. Got her! Run away! Oh man, what? I should have said I don't remember, but honestly, you know what? If I made her mad, it's whatever. Like, so I'm trying to get rid of her anyway. I hit her for saying that to me. Run away! You saw nothing! I am free. Nice hit, thank you. I tried really hard too. The first time I actually started talking to her. I could have been more cruel and pulled out this, but I actually don't think that works. It might, I don't know. That's more cruel. I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I don't have any more white ones. So I have to just wait. They'll breed eventually. That's what she gets for saying that to me. Oh, I was coming home to see if I had this skirt. But I didn't! On all honesty, I didn't know when I said actually or whatever it said that I was actually gonna tell her that. Okay, let's see if I have this. Oh, I don't have that color. Okay, cool. I'm trying to collect all colors too, because these are actually really cute. I would put that on my character. But currently it's fall and we need to have our fall attire on, so this is my fall attire. So mean. Well, she was mean to me first. That's what she gets for back talking to me about opening her gift. That was for somebody else. Hey, you know, at least somebody opened it. Maybe Bella wasn't gonna like it, huh? Maybe Bella was gonna be like, ew, I don't want to unwrap this. I'm lazy. I need my net out just in case. I did her a favor. I made it even quicker for Bella to see the present. I'm sorry! I didn't mean to hit Peanut. I love Peanut. It's gonna sound really weird, but I totes just saw someone washed up on the shore. Oh, he looks like he's sleeping. So I tried to wake him up, but he didn't budge. Did someone sleep through getting hit with a stick? I mean, poked with a stick? Oh, come on now. We all know you hit him with a stick. Can you maybe try waking him up gently? I mean, since a stick didn't work. I have evil characters on my island. I get yelled at for opening gifts that aren't mine. And now Peanut's over here hitting people with sticks. If she hits you like that, Mama, blink twice, I'll come save you. What was that? Oh, refresh with a group stretch session. Alright. I should go try that out. I don't hit people in real life. I'm not a violent person. Honestly, violence to me, even in like sometimes movies, I get very upset. Not all the time in movies because I know it's acting, but sometimes I can get very upset from it. Alright, what time is it? We got half an hour. Okay, what should we do for half an hour? I don't have a lot I need to be doing. I wonder what color these are. Yellow? Usually you can tell, but those don't really look like anything. Oh wait, do I have any white down here? Oh, just red. Darn it. Okay, fine. You know what? Let's go do some work on our house. I think I've done all I can do outside for right now. That's not going to take us super amount of time. While I'm here, let me just sell this stuff. I need a group stretch trend. That does sound really nice. Oh, I was going to see what it looked like. I was just going to see when I click that what happens. Just to see. But we can go look at my rooms and see if we can do anything about changing them up. Oh, that's not bad for coral. I didn't know coral was that much. I was just trying to get out of my inventory. But I have room now. Look at all this room I have. Because I have OCD. And these need to be next to each other. Okay. Yeah. Let's go work on our house. Oh, there's like this new thing in Animal Crossing where you can do like this group stretch thing or something. Like if you come over here to this, let me put it this way. If you come over here to this boombox, it's a tape deck for group stretching. Let's stretch! I want to see what happens. Oh my god, we're all here! What? Group stretching instructions. There are 2 play options. Move your body while holding a Joy-Con or press I'll press buttons. I'm not doing no actual stretches. Because I don't stretch well, I just break. I end up stretching and I end up pulling something. Or press buttons on a controller. You must be using a Joy-Con controller. Yeah, okay. Group stretching tips. When the session starts, movement guides or buttons prompt will be shown on the screen. Oh, okay. Follow along with the guide and try to move with everyone else. Okay. No, I'm using buttons. Do I look like someone who's going to actually use the motion? How would you like to participate in the group stretching? If you have been advised to limit physical activity or unsure about working out, choose buttons. Well, you know what? I don't want to do any physical work, so we're doing buttons. Oh my god, this is adorable. What's Tom Nook doing here? Oh, I have to keep doing it? Oh, I'm a little off. I am doing it. She's not. Oh, there we go. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing it with them, but I'm so off time. Sorry. Okay, wait. Oh. Oh my god, this is so cute. I'm like so off timing, but that's okay. There we go! Oh, another one, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so off timing, but it's okay. Oh, another one? Oh. Oh, B. And stretch! And stretch! And stretch! Oh my god, that was so cute. I was way off timing, but it was still fun. It was actually kind of funny. How cute was that? See the dodos? They actually, I really like them. I like that they're always around. I mean, they're like Tom Nook. He's always around. Alright, well I got 150 Nook miles for stretching for the day. Oh, I should just chop wood real quick just to do it, so I get that. That was, you know, that was harder than it looked. I mean, I didn't have to stay in tune. It didn't say that, but it's like, the problem with it was to stay with them. It's like your character would stop, and then even though I pushed the button, there was like a delay for her to start again. So that's why I got kind of off too, because I would try, and then I was off, and then I couldn't do it. Like I said, it wasn't required, but I wanted to stay with the group. I was that kind of person where you're trying to stay with the group and you're just the weirdo not doing it right. That was adorable though, I will admit it. I will probably try and do that like once a day just because it's cute. Yay, got me some Nook miles. I probably won't do the rest. Oh, 10 flowers! I could do that. You know what? As we'll work our way back up to the house, because I do want to work on the house a little bit. And I really want my hyacinths over here to, oops, start growing. more. Okay, there's 3. 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I caught that other one. 8? I don't think I caught that one. Down. Oh, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to shake my tree. Oh, come on now, game. How many did I water? 7. Which one did I miss? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 flowers here. There we go. I must have been that one. New Limp Bizkit album? What? There's a new Limp Bizkit. They're still around? They're still relevant? I wouldn't hate it, but I wasn't a huge fan of theirs. But, really? It came out Halloween. Wow, I'm behind then. I missed that one. Honestly, I would check it out. Not totally my jam. They had some good music. But I would definitely check it out because that's kind of like my childhood. What a new Slipknot song today. Slipknot's pretty good. I will admit that. I do like a lot of their music. What was I gonna do? Okay, let's do the house. What do we want to do? I know what I want to do, but I gotta figure out how I want to do it. So up here is gonna be my bedroom, but it's really big. So I want to do like a split room. Like we'll split it down the center. And do something over here versus something over here. But let's go get everything in my bedroom. I still really miss Linkin Park. Me too. They're my all-time favorite. And they'll never be the same again without Chester. Ever. I don't want to say he was Linkin Park because I forget his name, but the other guy was very much them too. But I'm sorry, you're never gonna replace him, and it's just gonna always be that way. I mean, Limp Bizkit came with that 2002 sound instead of doing a huge overhaul. Did they? So that their album, like the one that came out, kind of sounds like their old stuff. I don't like when people do that. I don't like when they come back like that and then they're like, all right, we're got this sound that sounds like should today. Take my Switch, take my pandas. I was going to clean them a bit. My pockets are full. Okay. Okay, my pockets are full. Am I putting all this in my room? Yes. So let's just do this. Let's put these in storage because I don't want them right now. These in storage because I only need 2 more spots, right? I needed 3 more spots because I'm leaving the hamster, but I'm taking the thing on top. Okay, let's just put this in storage for now. Okay, you're staying. Let's go put all this down. I was trying to... Oh, is there something back there? It's over here. Oh, my Jack photo! I'll come back for you, because I gotta come back for the room anyway, so... I'll definitely check it out, because if it has the same 2002 sound, I wouldn't mind it that much. Like I said, they weren't really my style, but I did like some of their music. I will not deny it. And if they didn't try to make it sound like more of today's style, like a lot of people do, then I'll totally check it out. Alright, let's just put everything on the ground. And we'll redo it later. That's my money. Somehow it takes me back, but yeah, you can tell it didn't age well. It moved on me! Takes me back, but yeah, can tell it didn't age well versus new music. Ow, well, yeah, that's understandable, but man, I could still listen. Did I just put that in storage? I don't even know what that was. Crap. That's fine. I'm so used to just putting place in storage. There's no room! Whatever. Let's hope this one's Papa Roach and System of a Down. They're good. I like System of a Down. Papa Roach is hit and miss with me, honestly. I like their stuff, but then there's some stuff that's like, frick! Put it in storage again. One of them was my bed. What? There's no space? What? It's too space. Alright, there. I'll get the rest of the stuff later. First. Okay, let's go down here. I probably won't have time to finish this because I don't got that much time. But I'll get the idea going and then next time we come back, like I said, I'll probably try and stream this Sunday so that we can see the cafe and all that. Hey, you're coming with me. I want to keep my fish in here because it has the same feel of the room. But I can get everything kind of down, and the reason I haven't done anything in this room because I wanted to do it on stream, so what should go in here though? Like this is gonna be kind of like an animal room. Like it's where I'm gonna keep my hamster, I'm gonna put my turtle in here. I do have something else I want to put in here, like a pet bed and stuff, so that's stuff I'm gonna put in this room because it's tidy. But I don't know what kind of theme I'm gonna go with. Tradition, my inventory, because I might want that. I don't have a cutesy room yet. Oops. I mean, I want each room to be very different. And I have like the Japanese style room in the front, but that's more of like, you know, woods and things like that. This might actually do good. We have more rain coming, thank goodness. Yeah, we got another, I think, atmospheric storm coming at us like this weekend or something. Or something like that. It's just not gonna be like the last one we had, or it got like 8 inches. And we floated away. Avenged Sevenfold's good. I haven't heard anything from them recently. Like, I don't know if they've done anything new anytime recently, but they are one of my favorites. Camo, I thought, you know, I might do camo downstairs. Oh, no, we're gonna do a jungle theme downstairs. Whenever I finally get the downstairs. I love camo. Camo is one of my favorite things. Let's put it in my pocket and see what looks best. Oh, I should get some flooring while I'm in here. Ugh. I don't have a lot of flooring because I haven't seen any I liked and I'm not sure what I'm doing exactly. I have barely any flooring that I want to use. Spooky flooring. What's this look like? Oh, they're pumpkins. Oh, okay. I don't know. I forgot about I don't have the room, that's why. If I had the room, I would have put something down there to remind me. I don't have the room yet. Jungle theme, though. Jungle theme. Because I do actually think that'll be fun. I don't have anything for it yet, but now that I think that we're going to do that, I'll keep in mind, and then every time I go to the store, I'll have something, or I'll know how to get something. So I could definitely use this. Swamp flooring for that. I don't have any wall. Well, I could use the ruin walls. But I think I would like something more, if they have it. I don't know if they do. More like jungly looking. Ruins would work, but probably not exactly what I'm going for. The white flooring? Which white flooring? Oh, that's black. definitely want to see what the purple camo look like. I like it, but I don't love it. I like it's purple, and I like that's camo. I feel like it's too much, though. I like this one how it has the wood below it. I don't have any good... Maybe not. Yeah, I don't like that one as much as it... That's one of those ones I probably bought, and then I was like, that doesn't look like I thought it would. That goes upstairs. That goes... Okay, Actually, really quickly while we're here. Let's put down our turtle. There we go. He'll guard the door. Let's run down to the store real quick and see if they have something that would fit. Because, or maybe, can we see them all again? Sure, yeah, I can show you them all again. I kind of think this flooring would work. But I don't have anything that would replace it. Unless... No. What did you want to see again, though? Did you want to see the wallpapers or the flooring? Wait, where'd it go? Oh, never mind. Ooh. Ooh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good, no. Alright, let me go back to that room, because that room's pretty much done. Yeah, nope. That's one of those ones where it's like, on the small picture, it looks really adorable, but when you put it down on the floor, it's bad. It's bad. Kind of like, this one. This looked cute. This looked really cute and nice in the small preview picture, but then when you put it on the ground, it's nope. Whoops. So I have this wallpaper. I'll show you the spoopy ones because they're definitely going upstairs. These are all my wallpapers at the moment. I don't want it to be creepy, and I don't want it to have a Japanese feel, which would be this one and this one. The wallpaper ones are a little much. Because I have that one going, like, the kitchen has the retro feel, and that's like a wallpaper feel to me. Yeah, we have wood flooring in this house, wouldn't have any. I miss my wood flooring in my house. I loved my wood flooring. Yeah, I hate carpet too. I wish we would rip up our carpet and do wood flooring. Cause I hate carpet. I like carpet in my bedroom, but throughout the house I hate it. Cause that's how my old house was. It was all wood floor, or linoleum like in the kitchen, and then just the 2 bedrooms were carpet, and that was it. And I loved it that way. What one is behind the cam? Oh, you don't mind me asking? Sure. That's what's behind the cam. Sorry, I forget I'm in the way. Nothing really super special. Just a white wallpaper that... This one I think comes with the house. So it's the standard one. It's the one we saw upstairs. And then there's a wooden one. Well, with animals, it's hard with carpet. Yes, because it gathers pear. Yes. Yes. Because we have 5 animals, and carpet sucks. I used to, when at my old house, I had all wood floors, and I only had 2 animals at that house, but God, even cleaning wood floors with animals is amazing, because all you have to do is just pretty much vacuum up the corners of the wood floor. Like, it's all, like, moved on the wood floor out of your way. It gets stuck in the carpets. Oh yeah, Dad won't let us not have carpet. He likes carpet. If we ruled the house, it would have been gone probably when we got here. What about the first one over on the top row? The darker color, the wood? This one? The dark wooded mosaic wall? Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah? Okay, we'll look at that one. Oop. That's what that looks like. Wait a minute. Okay, well that's what- oh, sorry. I was trying to turn around. Didn't mean to go out the door. I think, is that what I have in the bathroom? I think the one in the bathroom's darker. Oh, no, that's what I have in the bathroom. It's a different kind of wood. Because I was also thinking about the bathroom really quick while we're here. I wanted to see what this looked like. I like what I have, but I kind of wanted to see what this would look like. I don't know. Which one do you guys like better? That one? Or that one for the bathroom? Do you like the other one better? Using your wallpaper and flooring. It's like me trying to find a new hair color. Exactly, right? Like the slate. I kind of like that one too. I kind of like both. I'm just not sure. But I do like that. And like I said, this room is supposed to be more rustic. And like kind of like outdoorsy. And that kind of feels outdoorsy more than the other one. Because I was thinking maybe we'll keep... because this stuff isn't all going to stay. There is some things I need to change in here. But I haven't found it, so in time that'll change. You like that too? Okay, we'll keep that in there. I didn't like it. It was one of those ones where it was a toss-up. I could go either way. So what would it look like if I kept the dark wallpaper in here? Or dark wood wall, whatever. And put this down for now. That doesn't look bad considering what I have in my inventory. Or what about this one? I really like this flooring, but I don't know how I want to put it. Or do you guys like that? Only time I have changed the color of my hair was in junior, and I hated the white tips that spiked. I've colored my hair since probably about the same time. We can go. That's another thing. I'm gonna go to the store and see what they have. That's okay. Yeah, that's the same thing. Both of these are just okay. Let's go to the store and see what they have for the day. Because like I said, I haven't collected a lot of wallpapers and flooring through my Animal Crossing time because I've never known exactly what I wanted to do, and I'm not going to spend all the money on half stuff I'm never going to use. So let's go see what the store has for the day. If they don't have anything, I might just leave it like it is. See what the store has tomorrow. And then just see if we can get lucky and get something. Something good. Oops, sorry, Ava. Alright, let's see what the store has. Because I don't remember. We looked earlier in the stream, but... That was earlier in the stream! You guys expect me to remember that? I lived at home most of my life, and Will, one of my parents, isn't into hair coloring. He used to be the devil. What? Hair coloring, really? Yeah, I just like doing my hair because I like different colors. I don't mind my natural hair color. I used to hate it, but I don't mind it as much as I used to. But I love to color my hair because I like the color. I have a red and purple in it, so I just think it looks really awesome and it's kind of fun. I wish I could get brighter colors, but I'm also not gonna do bleach, so I wasn't allowed as long as I lived here. Yeah, I understand. What? Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Cool. So the flooring today is wood knot flooring, green vinyl flooring, pastel puzzle, cubic, I don't know, parquet flooring. I don't like that. Gold iron. I already had that one, and then 2 of these. None of them really work, I don't think. I was kind of hoping they had something more white or like dark. This looks like dirt. but I'm not sure it is dirt. See, sometimes the preview photos are just like, they look cute, but then when you put them down, like that one, that wasn't good at all. Or we could change and do something up here. We've got white brick. This looks like it could be kind of cool looking. I mean, they're only $1,000, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that thing up there. But also, I don't know if I want it as much because I do really like the thing we made today. That one, that's what I was thinking. I think I might try that one. I kind of like the brick too. Which maybe I'll just buy both bricks and then, I mean, maybe the brick would look probably good in the basement jungle one for a while until I find one that might fit better. Let's buy this one. I don't think any of these floorings would go, so I don't really feel bad if I miss any of these. I already have this one, so we don't need that. This one looks like it would hurt my eyes. So I think I'm gonna buy this one. I'm just gonna buy this one because I like it. What about the polka dot one? I know. I'm going broke. I kind of want the polka dot one too, just to see what it looks like. I don't want these. That's a little too much. This one's a little too much too. Alright, I'm gonna buy all these. I probably shouldn't, because I'm not gonna definitely use all of them. But who knows? Maybe in time, I'll change my entire house around. Alright, let's run back. Excuse me, Timmy and Tommy. We'll get the wallpaper and everything sorted out, and then we'll log off for the day. I didn't get to do as much on my house as I would have hoped, but I had other things, so. Peanut, why are you doing that up here? Oh, what am I? I'm stuck on the turtle. That's gonna be the only problem with the bamboo there. I'm gonna get stuck on the turtles there all the time. Just buying stuff. It kind of did, yeah, the top left one did look like something for a bathroom. But I don't really like that style. I like kind of I like the wooden bathroom feel. I don't know why. Yeah, the right one. Yeah, that white one. Yeah, I knew what you were talking about. Yeah, it did have a bathroom feel to it, though. I never turned on my character back. Why didn't you guys tell me I was missing? We just like wood. Yeah, I used to have those wood panel walls, and I loved them, honestly. Okay, now we've got all these things. Oh! Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. That's different. I didn't expect it to be kind of colorful. Okay, let's see what the other ones are first. I'm gonna put this one back in my storage. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna put that upstairs eventually. I don't want this one. Put that in my storage. I'm gonna hold on to that one. What is this up here? Papa Panda. I forgot to put him upstairs. Okay, whatever. Alright. I don't mind the brick. It's a little dark, though. I feel like it's darker than the other one. No. Where's my other ones? The polka dot one's actually rather cute. And remember, this is gonna be like a pet room kind of thing. I'm gonna put like pet items in here because Mr. Turtle, no name yet, is in here. And then my hamster, and I don't know if there's any other pet things I can put in here, but I miss my home too. I miss my old little home. I actually had a dream last night that I was there. No, I'm glad I bought the bricks because they do look really cool. They're just not what I'm going for in this room. Oops, no. Okay. So, what do you guys think? Do you want to do this one? Because I kind of like both and I can't decide. So, there's that one. Don't mind the floor. The floor probably won't stay. It might for a while until I find one that fits, but... Oh, I forgot to take Jack off the wall up here. Just a sec. Back. There's this one, or... This is going in my storage. This one... Just super cutesy. Or... Actually, I got 4. We can go with another wood style. But then again, the bathroom has wood, so... I kind of would go with... one of those other 3. Or the polka dots. What do you guys think? Polka dots, purple quilt, or... a crepe design, I guess is how it said. Yeah, me too. I do. Because like I said, I like the wood, but the bathroom has that. So I kind of feel like I need something different. Polka dot. Kind of what I'm leaning toward. I do like this one. But I think I like the polka dot more. It just feels more like a pet room, I guess. I know you said you didn't like this one, Mom, but I might leave it for now. Okay, I don't want the brick, that's for sure. Actually, I might do that. I think I might leave that for now. Okay. We're gonna leave that for now, I think. Oh, I know. We were talking about that a couple streams ago. That it's like, you talking about the forgot what it's called. Snap cam. Oh, oh, oh my gosh! I think I love this one more than I like the other one I had. I don't think I need that, but this is one where in time I think I would just go back and forth between that one and Spoopy. I think I'm gonna do Spoopy to be different. Yes! Look at my spoopy room! It's not as spoopy as I want it, but I think I'm gonna keep this for a while. And then, okay, let me put this down. And then in time, oh, the Papa Bear won't fit here? Papa Bear over here. And in time, like, I'll kind of go back and, oh, what the hell? Anyway, in time, I'll go back and forth. I'll put, like, the skulls for a while and then switch it back up. You gotta be kidding me. Papa Bear is too big to put anywhere. Papa Bear? Would you please? Would you please sit down or would you in my room? Thank you. I'm stuck over here though. Alright. Still stuck. Okay, it's fine. Just put that there. We'll rearrange this room later because it's definitely a mess. But I really wish... I like this room. Me too. It's definitely me, huh? I wish I could... Oh, I forgot to put Jack on the wall. Just a minute. I wish I could, though... like in The Sims, how you could do like half this wall this color and half this wall this color. Yas. Because I do want to split the room. Because I want to use these dividers and do just like a split. Probably right down the center. And then do like bedroom and then maybe over here like office. Because I have some things that would work for office. Let me put all this in my inventory. But, I wish I could split the room in half and then make it, like, 2 different colors, though. Because I would rather have the office something, like, more bright. But it's whatever. They're never gonna come up with that, so it's whatever. But yeah, I have items in here. I could sell one of my pine board things. And also one of these. But anyway, that's not the case here. I have like this school desk I bought, but I was gonna use it for my kitchen, but I don't think I will. This, we'll do this next time because it's getting late and I need to get off, but I'm gonna put this in the pet room. This goes in my bedroom. I could put like these lava lamps in the bedroom. Oh, I have a kitty litter box. We'll put that in the bedroom because that'll be Maddie's. I'll be like, that's Maddie's room. I got a bunch of pandas, but those are gonna kind of go over the island. So, yeah. We've got some things to make like an office over there, but we might do something else as well. And I've also got this desk too. But, not totally sure if I cut the room in half how I'm gonna do that. So, that'll be for another stream. I'll just leave all that there and I'll do that next time. It's Tim's room. No, 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 no. No, 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 it's Maddie's room. We all know Maddie's queen. Especially queen of stream. Alright, let me put my PJs on. Alright, so I think that'll be it for the stream and for Animal Crossing for today. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the updates. There's obviously a lot I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know how to get the vegetables going, and I don't know how to get the wheat and all that stuff. So, I'll figure that out. I'll look it up and see if there's something I missed or whatever. But I liked the traveling to the one island. I'm kind of anxious to see now after I found Brewster. When I travel to those one islands, are there always animals there? Are there, villagers? Because I can't invite anyone to my island because I don't have anyone where for them to go. But, like, I don't know what the point of those islands are other than just being the like, they're like cheaper Nook miles. So, you know, there's that. So I'm anxious. Tomorrow I'll probably play off stream just to see, gather myself and see what's going on. Fresh coffee and popcorn. Ooh, that sounds good. I gotta go make dinner here in a sec, but that sounds really good. I had coffee. Popcorn sounds good though. But anyway, what was I saying? You distracted me with your food. Oh, and so the museum will be closed tomorrow. Maybe I'll try and stream Sunday again, and then also see what it's like with the cafe and all that. And then what else was new? Oh, my hair is going through my hoodie. Oh, there we go. Oh, Harv's Island's got all those things to donate to. So we got that, and I just gotta make money. That's all, like, the main part of my Animal Crossing experience right now is making money. I come back and it's over. I was just gonna say, like, oops, I'm leaving. It's okay, Brad. Like I said, I might be back tonight. I'm not sure. I'm not feeling tired, but after I ate dinner, that might be a whole different story. But if I do come back tonight, we'll be playing probably until dawn, just to finish it off. And then, like I said, I'm gonna try and stream Sunday because I want to play Animal Crossing some more for you guys. Like I said, my island's a complete mess. I have nothing going. It's probably not that entertaining to watch me because I'm literally doing nothing of great interest like a lot of people are doing, like these grand designs. But it's time to hang out with you guys, and you guys get to kind of see my crazy OCD come out and trying to fix up things around my island and stuff, so. But, overall, I liked the update. I feel like there's stuff I'm missing, but I'll definitely look it up and also play more off stream to figure things out too. So, see, Stardew will come back soon. I don't know when. I probably won't do it as a Stardew Sunday thing. I'll just do it when I feel like playing Stardew. And like I said, Sunday I'll probably play Animal Crossing if I do get on, because I want to see what the update's like after Brewster comes. Aw, thank you, Brad. That's what I said. I try to entertain you guys as best as possible. Like I said, Animal Crossing for me is not as entertaining to do because I'm not doing anything. I'm literally just running around an island doing nothing. But it's still fun. I still enjoy my time, so that's all that matters. And like I said, I don't like to say that I'm going to be on a certain time because I'm not sure I'll make it. But that's going to be what I have, I think, to do. Maybe one tonight. We'll see if I feel okay. And possibly one Sunday, and it would definitely probably be Animal Crossing again. So, that'll be that. Last thing, if you guys want to check out the new YouTube video that went up and you aren't part of my Ko-Fi, whatever you say it, page, it's only for the top tier. If you want to see it, it'll be available in a couple days for everybody. But if you want to see it early and enjoy it, it is a non-streamed video, so it's a brand new content. That's what will always go up on there, brand new content. If I cut down streams, it probably won't go up there as exclusives because everybody sees that. So help me sign up for that. Okay, I can help you sign up for it. Sure, man, no problem. I can probably not tonight, but I'll help you tomorrow if you want. You entertain me all the time. Oh, yeah, I know, because I'm stupid and everything, and I entertain you a lot. Listen, I've sat through Sims, so you can't remember. That is true. If I can get you to sit through Sims, then we all know you're here to stay. That's a good test. Alright, let me go find someone to raid, because I got to get off so I can go fix some dinar. Who is on? The recommended channels. Excuse me. No, we're my followers, not recommended channels. There you guys are. Oh, my stream at black. Okay. See, I like streaming during the day. There's people to raid. When I stream at night, there's nobody to raid because I don't have anybody on that late. Are not stupid. You don't live with me, Brad. You don't know. Ask my mom. She will tell you. No, I'm kidding. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye, everybody. Like I said, join the raid, everybody. You get points for channel points, and there's some fun things in there. Who do we want to raid? You know what? I'm gonna raid... Let me see what this person's doing. I've never rated this person. I'm not gonna tell you who it is. I'll tell you in a minute. What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, Brad, you haven't been here late at night. I have to do it all by myself. I'm kidding. I don't mind it. I have it under a hotkey, so it's easy to get to. But thank you, Brad, for putting those up. I think we're just gonna raid, how about we raid Akios? I'm not sure what this person's doing, and I hate raiding someone when I'm like, hi, what you doing? I have no clue, and I feel stupid, so we're gonna raid Akios. Okay, let me set up the raid. Let me unmute this page real quick. If I can hear. Alright, raid channel, cool. Alright, if you guys don't know Akios and are not following, I highly recommend it. He's playing Resident Evil 7! I didn't even notice that. For some reason I just assumed he was playing 7 Days to Die. Okay, well he's playing Akios. He's playing Resident Evil 7, which I loved. Resident Evil 7 was great. That was an awesome game. Anyway, but he's playing that. If you want to check him out, I highly recommend. He's fun. I love to hang out in his chat. I don't chat very much because I'm a very big lurker, so I apologize always to everyone. But if you are not subbed to the channel, please use the first raid command. If you are subbed to the channel, copy and paste the second raid command. And if you join the raid, you get points to earn channel points and all that kind of fun stuff. So I've seen Resident Evil 7, so I don't feel bad checking out his stream because I know what's going to happen. I also have... I thought about her. I thought about rating her, but she had a lot more viewers, so I wanted to give our viewers to someone who had a little bit less. But I will rate her in the future again. And I haven't got to rate Akios in a while, too, so... so I want to go hang out with him. So I will be there for a few seconds, but I'm going to get up and make dinner, and then I'll be back. If you guys, like I said, go hang out with him, enjoy, raid, come with the raid, follow, all that good stuff. And I shall be back, like I said, probably tonight, but I will tweet if I'm actually going to be live. So, I will see you guys hopefully very soon. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely rest of your week and a great start to your weekend. And I'll see you guys again soon. Bye-bye!